this persisting heaviness feels like pouring rain. Why must you persist? Oh, heaviness feels like pouring rain. Holding up this weight might break. This weight might break me. I stopped answering calls. Had to get more involved with finding myself. I'm two hands away from flowers at my funeral. Here lies the main. I'm two hands away from eulogies, but I don't wanna die today. You would say he's too young to be a martyr. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma. Never trusted him unless it was his father. Hope it's true what they said about karma. Cause I'm a degenerate and my meds don't work. I'm always skipping school cause Jack is on my shirt. I act up cause my liver only keeps getting so worse. And I act up cause all my friends keep taking rides in a hearse. So fuck church, I'm hurt, that burnt, need more paranoid. Don't lose faith in me, boy, I'm annoyed. I avoid and I'm sorry that I toyed with your heart. We apart, now I'm hurt and that burnt. I need more, give me more or I'll die. I'm afraid I won't survive and I tried, fuck I tried. Now I'm lying on the street, need a ride to get high. I can't stand being me, need a ride to get high. I can't stand being me. Fuck. Persisting feels like pouring rain. Why must you persist? Oh, heaviness feels like pouring rain. Holding up this weight might break. This weight might break.
Look, I create to distract myself from the fact that when I look at myself, I avoid eye contact. I feel like I overact, worried to death of the traits that I lack. Get rid of these flashbacks. I didn't ask to go back. Stand back and look back at all of my setbacks. So many times I have turned back to kick that, grabbed onto my drawbacks and come back to cut back. But how can the sats act like me cut back when I keep all of my drawbacks in my backpack? Like a bunch of fucking useless knick-knacks. I'm sure I'll bounce back, but for now, guess I'll just hang back. I feel this ice. Eyes heavy and cold. It's like pouring rain. Not involved with finding myself too high. It's like pouring rain. Holding up this weight might break. This weight might break me. But I don't wanna die today. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma. He's too young to be a martyr. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma.
Get up, Atsushi. It's time to go.
I'm just no good! I should have never been born!
Look at me. Listen to me very closely. Don't pity yourself. Once you go down that road, life turns into an endless nightmare.
Don't pity yourself. Look at me. Don't pity yourself. Look at me.
Hotasaku!
I wish that you young'uns wouldn't insist on bringing up the past.
Why did you give him what he wanted?
Dazai.
Don't pity yourself.
You're going to make it, so don't talk like you're... Listen. Remember how you told me that you subjected yourself to violence and bloodshed because it might help you find some reason to exist?
To exist.
Not gonna find it. Deep down, you know it's true.
Darkness will always be there.
You won't find what you're seeking. Nothing in this world will be able to fill the loneliness inside you. Try as you might, the darkness will always be there.
Hotasaku, tell me what I should do.
Be someone that protects people.
If both sides are the same to you, then become a good man. Protect the vulnerable, help out some orphans. I know that the concept of good and evil doesn't mean much to you, but at least it would make your world a little more beautiful.
You can't know that.
Of course I can. I'm certain of it. Because I know my friend better than anyone.
All right, I'll do it.
It's funny. The story I read said people live only to save themselves. It's true. I understand that now.
Gives me the willies every time I think of it.
Welcome everyone to SYMP Saturday. Hope everybody's been doing well. I myself have had a pretty nice and relaxing day, but I know I am ready for some horror. I was here the whole time. See, check it out. I can just turn the lights out. Whoop. But I am still here. Honestly, this doesn't look too bad. Whoop. But then, I bring the lights back on. Yes, my powers do grow by the day. Yeah, I decided to add in that little, I don't know, that little effect. I'm pretty happy with it. I figured out how to do it today, and it's pretty cool. I had to use like a bit of a workaround to make it happen, but I'm glad I did. So, how's everybody doing? Are we settled in and ready for some scares? Hey! What's up, Comet? Welcome. You moved your room around. Nice. I've been thinking about doing that myself, but I'm really not sure. I feel like my background is kind of as good as I feel it can get at the moment. But I don't know, I may consider it at some point. I have a very small room though. A very, very small room. So moving things around is a bit of a you know, it's trouble. It's difficult. Just made yours more roomy. Heck yeah. I think I made mine as roomy as I can get it with the size of my bed. Yeah, but thankfully I don't need like a huge amount of room to move around. I even have to do like my handstands against my door, since there's legitimately no free wall in this whole space. Moving the room around is way too harsh? Yeah, harsh might have been a good word. It's difficult. Done nothing today? Right on. I did like chores or cleaning, but in my computer. If that makes sense. I've been going through old files and running through them and figuring out, you know, how to clear up some space. Because I have a subscription to this incredible instrument service. That's a cloud of just crazy professional MIDIs, in all sorts of different genres. But the download files are anywhere from 5 gigabytes to 120 gigabytes, and that's just individual like things or collections. So I need to make some room. Because I want to be able to use as many of those as I can, especially with, so I won't really be using the Lost Sons Archive intro as the intro for Lost Sons, so I'm thinking about redoing it in a more orchestral and grand nature with the same arrangement, just with more strings and more orchestra elements. And kind of switch it so that it becomes the Fantasy Friday intro. Hey, what's up, Nightlight? Welcome. I'm glad to see you're here. Oh, and Sonor. Welcome, dude. It's your birthday? Dude, thanks for being here on your birthday. Heck, I didn't know that. I hope you had a very merry birthday. And I hope it only gets better from here. If you have any specific suggestions that you might like to hear tonight, please let me know. Oh, well, hey, I can dedicate this one to you. Oh, also, sorry, I meant to, can we sing the birthday song? Heck yeah. Real quick though, I forgot Silly Sammy. Yeah. What? I may even be able to do you one better. Alright. Enough book on face. Yeah, we can definitely sing the happy birthday song. I guess it'll just be me, but I'll assume that you guys are singing along with me. And a 1, a 2, a 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Senor. Happy birthday to you. I pray it's a merry one. Heck yeah. Well, heck yeah, guys. I think we're gonna start off the night with some Baraska. I don't know if everybody's been here for the last few, but we've been starting all of our Simp Saturdays recently with reading through the novella known as Baraska, written by C.K. Walker. And it has been quite the ride so far, and I'm excited to jump back into it. Oh, thank you, Night. Thank you, Nightlight. I assumed you would. I honestly have no idea what the harmonies would be, but hey, that's just me. I'd have to legitimately learn them. For me, like occasionally, harmonies can come naturally for me, but it depends. I have to feel it out. Well, believe it, sister. It is. It's SYMP Saturday. But it's not with an I. It's with a Y. You don't say I marry prayers. That's incorrect grammar. You say your Mary prayers. It's the International Prayer Day, not the International Simping Day. Thank you, Comet. Thank you. The perfect day to simp. It is me. I guess I get it. Say I Mary prayers. It is simp, you heathen. Not simp. Guys, it's simp. Not simp. Simp. Understand? Very good. Nice. I'd really like to start getting some more like personalized commands and whatnot, especially for certain nights. That could be cool. Because I know through Nightbot you can make it to where you can do certain commands. The only ones I really have right now are like exclamation point Discord, but it'd be cool if you could do like exclamation point simp and have like a message pop up or something along those lines. Squirrels in my pants. If only, dude, if only. I haven't thought about that song in ages. I have heard though recently the Records on My Fingers one. You guys know that one? I got a platypus controlling me. What? I got a platypus controlling me. Oh, I get it. The platypus is a metaphor for whatever's bringing you down. Yeah. Like the government's a platypus. You see, it was a strange set of circumstances. Strange set of circumstances. Somebody made a like a nice like remix of it, and I definitely do have it in my likes on SoundCloud. Dude, I love the music from Phineas and Ferb. It's just awesome. I like and especially since I really dig when somebody can take a character voice and translate it to singing. I don't know. I find that to be just a really cool thing, especially since I gave it a try myself recently and recognized how difficult it can be. Every song slaps infinitely. Oh yeah, be slapping for a lifetime. You know that one that said weird words? Which one? I feel like a lot of their songs said weird words. Creating nanobots and driving our sister insane. Painting a cotton nerd. Was that what that part said? Painting a cotton nerd? I really, to this day, don't really know. Heck yeah. Yeah, I imagine the Spanish translations were probably pretty nice. Oh, chica chica goo means that I love you. Painting a continent? Wait, are you serious? It was saying painting a continent? I am floored, dude. I never knew what a cotton nerd was, but I was certain that they were saying painting a cotton nerd. That makes sense. That does make a lot more sense. Yeah. Shoot, dude. I don't know. Maybe I've been doing it backwards, where my hearing was much worse when I was younger, and now as I grow older, my hearing will become so advanced that I will hear the particles of the universe. Hmm. I don't know. That's a pretty normal thing though. Mishearing stuff. Ah, well, that would make you go mad. It probably would. I do not like the idea of winding up hearing the particles of the universe. Unless it gave me like some kind of, I don't know, ability to like sense more, right? Or have like a sixth sense. Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and jump on over, shall we? Sorry, my face is gonna get a little more dim. Oh, big time more dim during the Baraska part. That's because if there's not like white on the screen, a lot of white, the light from the computer doesn't illuminate my face as much. Spraining an arm with super strength. Oh, tripping when you have super speed. Oh no. No. For some reason, when I was a kid, lyrics were just gibberish to me. I'd only recognize the melody and the general sound of the lyrics, but I never knew the actual words. That was the way for me for a lot of songs as well. That's why whenever my mom would like come across like a hip hop station on the radio, and it'd be like, "Yo, fuck this, fuck that, bitches and hoes," I'd be like, "Wait, mom, what are you doing? That was a sweet beat." And like the dude singing, like he had a pretty good voice. My mom was like, "Mitchell, no, no, you do not understand. But we may not listen to this in my Christian vehicle." Yeah, and that honestly lasted from like 5 years old to at least 7. Being ran over by a car with invisibility. Goodness, dude. These are just all the drawbacks of certain superpowers. But imagine living forever as a power. Oh, living forever as a power. Yeah, that's immortality. It would depend on what that immortality would do for me, you know, and how the immortality works. Because you could be immortal, but there could be the catch that you can still die, technically, and you can still feel immense pain, but your body repairs itself instantly. Right? So you could get your heads, like, or you could get stabbed through the chest and still feel all that agony and pain, but you just wouldn't die. If that was the case, I don't think I'd do that. But actually, even if that was the case, I might actually still need to consider. And now I just have this bad habit of filling the gaps I don't know in songs with just gibberish. Yeah, man. Shoot, and if you had immortality and truly couldn't die, like even if the universe collapsed and all that jazz, then that means you would be the only thing that remains at the end. So even though you're immortal, like there would come a time where there just isn't anything anymore, and you're just floating in nothingness, which essentially might be similar to death. Question mark? But that time would come much later, so have lots of babies to make immortal babies. Yeah. You'd have to find another immortal though, right? To make them true immortals. Otherwise they may just be like kind of the demigod situation, right? Demi-immortal. Or yeah, or what if there's just like a freak thing where somehow they just come out real bad. Real bad. Yikes. Ugh. Ew. Yeah, whenever the argument of immortality comes up, you know, whether or not to do it, I feel like that's a solid point that people make, which is you'll watch everyone you know pass on and you'll just keep on going, which eventually would most likely lead whoever is immortal to want to not make attachments. You are born with complete mortality or not. Yeah. Shoot, you're right. You can't just be partially immortal. I think with that, I just simply meant like your vitality would be increased in the sense that you would age slower and you'd have a longer lifespan. You know, instead of 80 years, wind up living for 500. You got a buff to your vitality. You'd want 250 years? Yeah, it's a solid amount of time. Say quarter of a millennia. I think that'd be a sweet spot. But I know for sure I wouldn't want, because there's also the idea of like, what if you had immortality, but you could decide to pass on whenever you so choose? What if there's that? What if there's that along with it? Hey, I'm just glad with 50 years. Yeah, man, to be honest, like our whole living for 80 some odd years, sometimes more, is pretty insane. Considering that there were so many lives back you know, back in history that were alive for, I mean, even these days, right? Like some people, some humans live to be 5 and that's it. Imagine having a bad day. What? Yeah, I mean, having a bad day happens sometimes. Oh, ah, yes. Sorry, you were referring to if you could choose when to pass on. Yeah, dude. Uh, uh, that's why, like, if that contingency was there, I don't think I'd do it. Hmm. So, guys, last we left off in Baraska, a certain person from Sam and, let's see, her name is Kimber. A certain person from Sam and Kimber's life had come back and turned out to be Kimber's contact. This guy, Jimmy Prescott, went ahead and tased Kimber, knocking her out, saying, "We don't need a woman involved in this. This is between he and Sam." And they spoke of, despite Sam not really wanting to listen to him, Jimmy convinced him and brought him to the idea that the sheriff, Sam's father, needed to die. And that the only one that could do it is Sam. So now Sam believes that in a few days he's going to go and attempt to kill his father and die in the process. And now, knowing that he only has a few days to live, I believe may not stick to that whole getting clean thing that they had previously tried to do, Kimber and he had tried to do with Kimber's assistance. But we'll see. Jimmy Prescott. Yeah, we ended with Sam thinking, fuck, I only had days left to live, and I didn't want to die sober. Called up a friend and said he needed a favor. So, we ready to go? This is Baraska by C.K. Walker. 10. Kimber stirred next to me. Before I could stop her, she rolled onto her back and started to sit up. Whoa, slow down. Easy. Easy. What happened? What happened? She looked down at her sweater in a panic. Did I get shot? Yes, with a taser. You can thank Jimmy Prescott for that one. Oh my god, Sam, are you okay? What happened? I'm fine. Kimber stood up and looked around the room. He's gone? Yes. Okay, listen, Sam, I waved my hand dismissively. I know why you did what you did, Kimber. Prescott is a key player, and it's smart to listen to someone that high who wants to flip Informer. Yeah, but was it worth it? Did he give you any good information? He gave us the location of the new camp they're using. So it's true. So it's true, Kimber said excitedly. Do you trust him? No. But I trust these coordinates are correct, and I trust that he really does want the sheriff out. Did he tell you anything else? She asked. I couldn't admit to her that after everything she had done to protect me from it, I'd found out the truth anyway. No, just a lot of bullshit and random tangents. You know, Jimmy. So, what's the plan? We going in there? Guns blazing? Yes. Liar. She wouldn't be coming on this particular suicide mission. When? As soon as I get my package from Chicago. As soon as I get you somewhere safe. As soon as we have a plan. Okay, and did he say anything about Kyle? I didn't have the heart to say it out loud. I simply shook my head. Kimber nodded and was quiet for a few minutes. I watched her inner struggle. I remember Kimber well enough to recognize that she was searching for something inside, something to fight for. It was such a Kimber thing to do. Okay. She finally nodded. Okay. What do we do now? We need to inventory what's in the trunk, so I know what I'm working with. We? Kimber corrected. Yeah, we. Okay, what else? She asked. Well, I don't think Prescott is the only one who knows what room we're in at this motel. Let's go down to the front desk and see if they'll swap us to a room at the back of the building. On the first floor, if possible, in case a quick escape is needed. We'll keep parking in the front, though. Yes, right. Kimber was nodding. Very clever, Sam. I'm almost impressed. Yeah, I guess I'm smarter than I look. That's not what I meant. You're different when you're you know? Without the drugs, you're cunning, strategic. It's going to make all the difference in the end. I shrugged. I really didn't know who I was yet. I was cold a lot, and very stiff. My movements felt unnatural. The sunlight that covered the walls of the room from dawn until dusk every day was garnish and off-putting to me. Everything felt very raw and sharp and unfamiliar. But for the first time in so long, I was able to remember every minute of my day. My motivations were also much clearer and more coherent. Keep the monsters dead. Kill my father, and above all, maintain Kimber's safety at all costs. We pulled the car around the back of the building and inventoried Kimber's arsenal that afternoon. There were 2 bulletproof vests and 27 guns in total. 7 rifles, 2 shotguns, and 18 handguns including the Beretta I always kept on me. Kimber had 460 rounds of assorted cartridges. I spent most of the following 2 days pretending to plan with her and waiting for my package to arrive from Chicago. I was beginning to feel guilty for planning to leave her behind. I wondered if maybe it was even cruel. She wanted vengeance. She deserved it. But Kimber had already suffered so much. She shouldn't have to die for revenge. Not when I could do it for her. The death I would receive at Borrasca was a death I didn't deserve. An honorable one. I could live with that. And then, one day, Kimber got a call from the front desk while I was in the shower. The baggage had arrived, and I wasn't there to intercept the front desk from letting her know. I hated hiding anything from Kimber, especially now. But I knew that if she found out about the mysterious package, she may realize I was planning something without her. When I came out of the bathroom, the package was sitting on my bed, unopened. Kimber was draped casually over the armchair, watching something on TV as if nothing were wrong. I could only be so lucky. I didn't comment and gently moved the box to the area between the bed and the wall where I kept my duffel bag. I took a deep breath. I'd almost been dreading this day, because now that the package was here, things were going to start moving very quickly. 2 days, I said out loud. 2 days? Kimber asked without taking her eyes from the screen. We do this shit on Wednesday. I couldn't believe I actually knew it was Monday. It was the little things that continued to impress me. Kimber kicked her feet off the bed and sat up in the armchair. Are we really ready? She asked.
We'll have to be. Our plan is solid, and we're running out of money. We need to make a move. We can't just wait for them to forget we're here.
Do you think we should drive a few towns over and pick up more ammo?
No. If we can't do it with 500 rounds, we can't do it at all. I need Prescott's number so I can ask him when the sheriff will be on the mountain. I've mapped the coordinates he gave us, and it'll take just under 40 minutes to get there.
I'll find out, she said and pulled out her phone.
No. I don't want him having access to you anymore. Once was bad enough.
Sam, I can handle this. I got us this far, didn't I?
Kimber, you know what that man has done.
Yes. Better than you do, Sam,
she said bitterly. Give me the number. We stared at each other for a few minutes, both refusing to back off.
Why are you trying to take me out of the equation?
She asked finally. I'm not. I lied. Kimber glared at me angrily, and then threw her phone at my head.
Get it yourself.
She sat back in her chair, and watched me as I picked her phone up from the floor and imported the new number into my own.
I know you won't leave me at this fucking hotel, Sam, she said.
Of course not. I wouldn't go without you. Liar.
Fine. Then I need to tell you that before we kill Jimmy, I want him to tell us where they're keeping Kyle.
What? I sent the text to Prescott and then pulled the 9mm out from under my pillow, where I kept it, and checked the clip for the 100th time, counting the bullets. What do you mean, where they're keeping Kyle?
I told you about this, but I'm not surprised you don't remember. Kyle isn't at the Landies. He hasn't been for years. Otherwise, I would have gone and got him when we first came into town.
Jimmy told you this? I asked.
Yeah. He said he's either in a home or a care center or a hospital or something. Maybe not even in Drisking at all. Prescott wouldn't tell me. But I know he knows, and he promised to tell me if we could kill the sheriff. I assume you plan to kill Jimmy, too. And I want to know where Kyle is before you do.
I nodded. I had to give her this. I would give her this. I'd make sure to beat it out of Prescott before I killed him. How to get that information to Kimber before I was gunned down, I didn't know. And I had precious little time to figure it out. My phone chimed. It was Jimmy.
Who the fuck is this?
Sam Walker.
Where's the Destaro girl?
You talk to me now.
Hey, it really is you.
When will the sheriff be at Baraska?
Nobody calls it that, prick.
When the fuck will he be there, Jimmy?
Your dad is heading up to the stables tomorrow morning. I assume he'll stay a while. Has a couple of girls he really likes up there right now. You know how it is when you get a new piece.
The sheriff is going to the mine tomorrow morning. And he'll probably be there a few days, I told Kimber.
Perfect,
she said, but her tone betrayed her. I could hear uncertainness in her voice. and fear. I wished I could tell her that she was safe and that nothing was going to happen to her. But she couldn't know that yet. We'll make our move Wednesday morning, just before dawn, I said. It should be dark enough to see, yet still maintain decent cover. Kimber nodded, then stood up and began to pace around. We need to do a lot of prep tomorrow. Figure out how many guns we can carry and how much ammunition we can fit in our pockets. Reloading takes time when you aren't trained. Maybe tomorrow we can go over the firearms you'll be carrying, and I can familiarize you with how to quickly reload clips. We'll want to prep those early. Maybe tomorrow night. Good idea, I said as impassively as I could. I knew that by tomorrow night, I would be gone. But I needed to do something first. Something I had been thinking about ever since the dreams I had in the throes of withdrawal. I needed to see my mom. I wanted to let her know that I was still alive, and I needed to know if she knew what her husband was doing to people. I just couldn't accept that she did. And even if that were true, I believed that my mom would never hand me over to the sheriff if she thought he could hurt me. She loved her kids too much. I looked over at Kimber and realized that today was the last day I was ever going to have with her. I needed to get her out of town, but not now. Not yet. It was our last day together, and I didn't want to spend it arguing. There would be enough of that tomorrow. My phone chimed again, and I looked down to see another text from Jimmy. You finally making a move, kid? Hey, what's up, Colio? Welcome, dude. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that, silly. We'll see you very soon. Dang, guys. This story is good. I love Jimmy Prescott's voice. It reminds me of a scarier Smelly Gabe. Right on. I think we have time for one more chapter before we head on to the break. So, if everybody's settled in and ready, let's go ahead and get into it. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Spoilers for later on. My bad. To give you a brief idea of what we've read so far, if you recall from the last time we read Baraska, Jimmy Prescott had come to visit Kimber and Sam, had tased Kimber, and then had a discussion with Sam about how he needed Sam to kill the sheriff. Kimber later mentioned that if Sam does kill the sheriff, they'll finally be told where their dear friend Kyle is being held. Sam's intention is to wind up getting Sam somewhere safe, and then going through with the retribution and killing of the sheriff on his own in a suicidal mission. He's not expecting to make it out alive, but he wants Kimber to be safe. So, that's where we left off. It's getting close to the time where the move is to be made. Yeah, I think so. Kyle is Kimber's brother. Yeah, dude. Phew is right. So again, this is Baraska by C.K. Walker. 11. I slept very little that night, awakening well after 11 a.m., groggy and aching. Kimber didn't say a word to me as I brewed pot after pot of stale motel coffee. We spent most of the morning and early afternoon in a stretched, uncomfortable silence. I thought maybe she was nervous or scared, and today was just the silence before the storm. But as the afternoon wore on, I caught her sliding calculated, angry glances across the room as she pretended to read book after book. And that's when I realized she knew. What? I said, finally ending the charade. I hadn't wanted to say it. I'd hoped to spend a few more hours with her before the end, because I knew that from this point onward, Kimber's last memories of me would be betrayal and deceit. I braced myself for the coming fight. You left the room last night. You were gone for hours, she said. I didn't reply. There's no point in denying it. And that package you got yesterday from Chicago, she continued. More fucking heroin? My heart cracked at the pain in her voice. Kimber was starting to understand what I was doing to her. Are you going to deny it? Kimber asked. Though her voice was angry, I heard the plea underneath. Please deny it. Please. It was drugs, wasn't it? The fuck is wrong with you? Why are you doing this, Sam? Kimber screamed, flinging her book across the room, where it hit the wall behind my head. You couldn't fucking handle it, could you? You couldn't be there for me when it mattered more than anything in the world. You're weak, Sam. You're fucking weak. I'm sorry, I whispered. Where did you go? Where did you go last night, huh? Did you park down the street where I couldn't see? So I couldn't stop you? Kimber, you're a piece of shit. And I wish it had been you instead of Kyle. It should have been you. I had often thought the very same. But hearing it from her hurt so much more. Me too. My quiet admission seemed to sober her. Kimber squeezed her hands together to still the anger and fear that was spawning wild electrical currents throughout her body that manifested as violent shudders. She knew this was the end. And for the first time since we'd crossed into Missouri, both Kimber and I were well and truly alone. We didn't even have each other anymore. We didn't have anything.
Prescott won't talk to me anymore,
she said, more calmly this time as she tried to compose herself.
Does that mean what I think it does?
Yes, I answered.
So you're planning to leave me behind, Sam?
I took a deep breath and then answered her honestly. Yes.
That is not going to happen. I need to be there when he dies. I deserve to be there.
Her voice was still dripping in acid, but she seemed to be steady. I knew Kimber was right. She did deserve to be there. In a better world, she would see him slain and watch the light leave his eyes. But I refused to risk her safety. I couldn't watch Kimber die. She had suffered so much already.
I need to be there to choke the truth out about Kyle out of Jimmy Prescott. I fucking will be.
She stood up and wiped her long hair out of her face.
When are we leaving for the mine?
I'll die if you go, I said quietly.
I don't give a fuck, Sam.
We stared at each other. There's no point in challenging Kimber. She never backed down. Never. 3 a.m. I said finally.
Fine. Perfect. I'm going to shower and you are going to sleep. Since you were gone all fucking night. Later, you can shoot up the rest of your heroin so that you're useless up there. But hey, at least you'll die high.
Kimber gathered her clothes and threw a contemptuous look back at me as she stomped down the little hallway to the bathroom. I studied her, hoping to remember all the details. This was the last time I would ever see my best friend, because even if I somehow lived, Kimber would never forgive me for this. But I would slay her demons for her, just as I had slain mine in this very room days before. I prayed she would turn around just once, before shutting the door. I just wanted to see her face one last time. But she never did. I'd hurt her again, this time mercilessly. Everything that was left of what could have been called my soul was scorched to cinders. Thank God I didn't have much longer to live, because I'd be limping across the finish line as it was. My heart and soul burned out. I stood up and placed the Beretta onto the bedside table. Using the cheap motel stationery, I wrote Kimber a last letter, just like her mother had 10 years before. I took the car. There is a red pickup that's been parked next to us for a week. I swiped the keys. They're in the drawer. I programmed Seth's number into your phone. Call him when you hit the border, and he'll tell you where to go. He knows the plan, and he'll take care of you. I placed the note under the gun and prayed Kimber wouldn't need it, and would heed the note's advice. I could taste salt and ash as I left the motel, and the door clicked shut behind me. And I realized that I knew the feeling well. Regret. I walked around the building and climbed into Kimber's old Mazda. I'd wanted to leave her own car, but it would have been too risky to transfer the guns from the Mazda to the red pickup, especially when the Dodge's methed out owner could sober up at any time. I pulled out of the parking lot and merged onto the highway going west. There was just one more errand to run before I made my final trip up the mountain. My heart sunk lower with every passing mile, and there were precious few between the Prince Ridge and my old house. Before I'd even decided if going home was a good idea after all, I was pulling into the driveway of it. The house was very different than I remembered. My parents had built an addition onto the dining room and had widened the windows into bays on the bottom floor. Why they felt they needed extra room when their children were dead, or as good as, was beyond me. Or as good was beyond me. It was odd to climb the familiar patio stairs and ring the bell as if I were a stranger. The chime inside was different, too. More lilting and melodic. I waited a few minutes, rocking foot to foot, wondering what I would say to the woman who had raised me when she opened the door. If she opened the door, I was beginning to doubt that anyone was home. Since I had nothing left to lose anyway, I decided to try the front door. It was locked. I knocked hard on the window next to it. "Mom," I said through the doorway. "It's Sam." Nothing. Was she home? Asleep? Still locked in Whitney's room, wailing away her grief after all these years? I jumped over the patio railing and walked into the backyard. My parents had built a giant wooden deck where the back porch had been, complete with hot tub and wet bar. They're certainly living it up without us, eh? I felt ire and indignation seething just below the surface, but I held it in check. A superpower I had only just recently acquired. Walking up the deck, I tried the sliding glass door to the kitchen. It caught on something, but with a hard yank, I was able to free it, and the door slid open, allowing me access to the house. There were more upgrades inside, including mahogany floors and top-of-the-line kitchen appliances. And why not? What else was he going to do with his kids' college fund? I thought bitterly. "Mom!" I called again and stepped over the threshold. As I waited for a response, my eyes began to wander around the room. Most of the walls hosted art of some kind, but now and again, I found beautifully framed photos hung reverently among them. I went room to room, studying the framed pictures, all of which were hung on the most propitious part of the wall, as if in worship. And of course, all of the pictures were of Whitney. He will never let her be. Never. I wanted to hit something. As I wandered through the house, I began to realize that some of the pictures were duplicates, as if my father hadn't had enough photos of Whitney to cover the entire house. There were no photos of my parents or me. I walked upstairs. It was more of the same. My old room housed only a flat-screen TV and a tanning bed, while Whitney's was exactly the way she'd left it. I couldn't bear to go into my parents' room. Everywhere I looked, I saw Whitney. No. I will not let this happen. I collected the photos from every room, foyer, and hallway, and then dumped the pictures, including glass and frame, into the deep marble sink in the kitchen. I then pulled a bottle of whiskey from the outside bar and poured it liberally over the sheriff's shrine. I took out a cigarette, lit it, and brought the lighter down to the alcohol-soaked pyre, where it erupted into a pyramid of hungry flame. I would burn it all. I would burn him, too. While I smoked the Marlboro and waited for the smoke alarm to trigger, I heard a familiar sound from down the hallway across the room. Someone was opening the garage. I didn't know what I would say to her, but she needed to answer for all of this. I had to know what she knew about her daughter's death and her husband's crimes. I heard the door open, and then she was walking down the hallway toward the kitchen. I flicked my cigarette into the dying blaze and started towards her. But it wasn't my mother who emerged from the darkness. Guys? Who's emerging from the darkness? I know I am. I know that's apparent, but in the story, guys, who? It's not the sheriff, right? It's not the sheriff. I am spooked. Yeah, dude. Oh gosh. That scene, that little bit at the end there too, especially. I think my favorite part was Kimber's recognition of what was going on. Kimber's recognition of Sam's betrayal and her response to it. That was definitely my favorite of that chapter. But also that scene of him gathering the photos of his sister and tossing them into the sink, pouring the whiskey, and bringing the lighter down. I even like that it wasn't lit with the cigarette, right? Because normally, right, the trope is you put down a bunch of junk that you want to burn. You pour over the alcohol, you light the cigarette, and then you flick the cigarette in, right, to light it. But I don't know, there's something even more just apathetic, right, about him just lighting the cigarette on its own and then just bringing the lighter down. I don't know if that's just me, but thought that was cool. No, ma'am. I'm saying it's not the sheriff because I don't want it to be. I really am hoping it's not. Oh. Ooh. Which would be more surprising if it was... Wait, no, his sister's dead, right? Yes, her sister is dead. His sister is dead. What if it's Kimber? That'd be wild. Also, is the ambience low enough? Slash, would you like me to bring the ambience up a notch, or is the volume of it good? Well, alright then. We've hit 20 past the hour mark, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. This is actually a pretty solid time because that way we'll have from the 1 hour 20-minute mark to the 1 hour 30-minute mark to very clearly mark that break time. So yeah, I think that'll be good. I think I'm gonna go make myself some tea. Ambience could be a little louder. Louder. Let's see. I brought it up 2 dB. Maybe a little bit louder. How's that? Wait, actually, sorry, let me bring this back down to 9. And then, how's that? Oh dang, it's truly dark out now. Can't even see the window anymore. Well, alright, cool beans. For those of you in my time zone, we are at the 56 past the hour mark, so we will return no later than 6 past the hour. Cool beans. Alright, wildflowers, don't go nowhere. We may... I don't know if we'll get to the conclusion of Braska tonight. Yeah, we're only on chapter 12. It depends though, we're only at 10 o'clock, so... I definitely want to give at least another... I don't know, I'm down to give at least another hour to it. It also depends on how you guys are enjoying it. But I did prepare some other pretty darn cool stuff, so I don't know. And if we don't get to it, that's alright. That just means other cool stuff for next time. But I did find something that I'm excited to show you.
Alright, cool. Again, it's 57 past the hour now, so we'll be back by 7 past the hour. Keep on swaying, wildflowers, till I return.
A lot of people have done so much for me, but I no longer believe in myself. Will I make it on my own? Am I capable of great things all alone? Take my hand and hold it tight, be my guide. It's getting hard to see in this darkness on my own. Take my hand, hold on tight. Take my hand as we make our way slowly to the unknown. Take my hand, I think my vision's finally clearing up, so hold on tight. Hold on tight. I can make it on my own. I am capable of great things all alone. Take my hand and hold it tight. Stay here at my side. But if you let go, I think I'll be just fine. A lot of people have done so much for me, but I no longer believe in myself. Will I make it on my own? Am I capable of great things all alone? Take my hand and hold it tight, be my guide. It's getting hard to see in this darkness on my own. Take my hand, hold on tight. Take my hand as we make our way slowly to the unknown. Take my hand, I think my vision's finally clearing up, so hold on tight. Hold on tight. I can make it on my own. I am capable of great things all alone. Take my hand and hold it tight. Stay here at my side. But if you let go, I think I'll be just fine.
알아?
Well, welcome. Actually, I'm gonna switch over to this one. I like the, I don't know, kind of like underlit, like darker aesthetic of
of this. A little less red, a little more mellow and spooky. Thank you, May. I didn't mean for it to go through the acapella, but hey, what are you gonna do? Yeah, man, I was really proud of that when I first made it. Still am. But I think it's one that I think could stand to be revisited and reworked through. The drop is sloppy, I think, to say the least. It's got real good rhythm and whatnot, but the mixing for the drop just is not what I wanted it to be, you know? I wanted it to be more like Cave Town. There's this Cave Town remix. I forget what the song was again. It's like Home or something. But there's this Cave Town remix that I wanted it to be a lot like. That the drop just did not do. A YouTube ad? Oh no. Oh no. It is true. I must be, and I am. In fact, it was really cool today. I've been, as I said, I was revisiting, or if you're on the Discord and saw the meme page today, I was browsing old files. Oh, and I said earlier, yeah, I was doing some file cleanup. But part of that was going through all of my old song files and whatnot. It was really cool. Yeah, Cave Town, dude. The lead singer of that band. I think it's some incredible emotion. Like I don't know, incredible emotion carries through in his voice. Come here, bud. Come here. Say hi. No, it's hard to see him. Go. Sorry, he doesn't like being held. Yeah, we got little Ronnie boy joining us today. Okay, move that out of your way, sir. Oh yeah, good old Ronovan. Ronald McKidden. Yeah, dude, he's a good boy. He's a cool chap. He's definitely my favorite out of the two cats. Don't tell Harry. Ronovan McDonovan. Sure enough. And well, are we ready to jump back into Baraska? Dude, they love looking out the window, but I always have my blinds down, so I don't know if you see him back there. Yeah, there he is. He'll go and he'll like stick his head through the blinds. Wait. Pat. But yeah, dude, they just stick their head through the blinds. It's funny to watch. Definitely. Wonder sometimes like they'll lay down like right in that area. We'll see if he does it. He might not though. Recently he's like if I don't give him attention right away, then he'll go ahead and bolt and ask to be let out like 5 seconds after being let in. I'm somewhat allergic to cats.
And as much as I do love him, he is very needy. Jump onto your shoulder. That's wacky. My two goobers don't, or the two goobers here don't know not to do that. I feel like they have an air of respect for me, if that makes sense. Right? Like they love me to death and they'll ask for my attention all the time. But if I give them a certain look, they know to like cut shit. to stop whatever it is they're doing. Yeah, I've tried to like create that dynamic where I will love on them at the proper times, but if it comes time to lay down the law, then they'll know what's up. Gotcha. Do you want us to wait for you before we go ahead and start Baraska again? Ooh. He's exploring atop my dresser now. I can start it. Alright, cool beans. Yup. Let me get myself situated. Oh goodness. My tea is going to be way too hot for quite a while. Ah, gotcha. Well, have fun. And we may still be reading Baraska when you get back. We'll see. Chug the tea. Oh yeah, I don't need my esophagus. Definitely not. Ugh. Splashes it right in my face. Oh yeah. Give me those 3rd-degree burns, baby. Alright. So, this is Baraska by C.K. Walker. 12. Emmeline. It had taken only seconds to recognize her. Emma hadn't aged very much since we were teenagers. She looked absolutely gorgeous. But I couldn't figure out what the fuck she was doing in my house. Emmeline immediately dropped the bag she was carrying in shock and slunk back against the wall. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? She said quickly, her eyes drawn to the fire quietly burning behind me. I was going to ask you the same thing. Why are you here? What are you burning? Her voice had risen to a high-pitched hysteria. What's in the sink? What are you doing in my house, Emma? Her eyes finally slid up to my face at the familiar use of her name. I watched, hesitant. Recognition dawned there. Sam? Yeah. Now answer my question. Why are you in my house? Where's my mom? Your mom? She repeated. Yes. She lives here. You know? Tall brunette. Always trying to feed everyone. Married to the sheriff. Emmeline finally seemed to regain her composure. She's straightening up against the wall.
She straightened up against the wall but refused to move away from it. Actually, I'm married to the sheriff. He did mention you were in town, come to think of it, she said. You're married to my dad. My stomach heaved. Yes, for about 7 years now. She crossed her arms in front of her and smirked. What had he done to her? Emmeline was never like this when I'd known her. She had been sweet and friendly and shy. It was the reason I had crushed on her so hard. With a sinking feeling, I remembered that my dad had known all that, because we'd spoken about it, my feelings for Emmeline, at length. Jimmy's words came back to me, unbidden from days before. Walker has a thing about playing sick games with his kids. Walker has a thing about playing sick games with his kids. I turned and threw up in the sink, dousing what little fire now remained in the pile of ash and twisted glass. That's revolting. What were you burning in my sink? She asked again. Where's my mother? I asked, spitting out the last bit of bile. She died a few years ago. Less than a year after you were run out of town, Emma said. She was beginning to sound annoyed and bored. My mother is dead. Yes, dead, Emma clipped. It was almost a relief. If my mom had been gone for so long, it meant that she hadn't been a part of any of this. But the pain was lurking there too. I could only hope that her death had been natural, because if it hadn't been, all I had was the prayer that the sheriff had shown mercy to his wife of 22 years. I am his wife now. Emma's shrill voice cut through the fog of grief that had surrounded me. How did she die? I asked. I don't remember. Emmeline rolled her eyes. It was so long ago. But it's not like you were here, so what do you care? You need to get out of here, Emma. He's dangerous. She scoffed. My husband would never hurt me. I'm the mother of his child. He loves me. You have a kid? With my dad? Yes, she smiled. She's at daycare right now. She's his whole world. No one else compares. Not even you. Oh, really? No one else compares? What's her name, Emma? I asked. Emmeline faltered, and the smile on her face turned snide. I'm not telling you that. What is her name? She shrugged. What did you burn in my sink? I burned every picture of Whitney Walker that was in the house. Emmeline's eyes widened, and her face paled almost immediately. You can't... You didn't... She stuttered. Yes. Every picture of Whitney is gone. He doesn't have backups of these photos, she breathed. He'll come after you. He'll kill you. Not if I kill him first. Emmeline pulled the phone out from her back pocket, began scrolling through the numbers. She laughed, but it was disingenuous, high-pitched and nervous. He'll kill you. He'll kill you when I tell him what you've done. You'll tell the sheriff I'm coming for him. I nodded at her as she dialed. Emmeline put the phone up to her ear. I didn't try to stop her. It was too late now anyway. My eyes flicked back to the sink. I couldn't hide this. The sheriff knew I was in town. He probably even knew what I was here for. But if Jimmy Prescott could be believed, he didn't know that I knew where to find him. And that was the only thing I had going for me. That and the prayer that the sheriff wouldn't come tearing down out of the mountains when he found out what I did. I needed him there. Where it all began. Emma was moving slowly toward the back door, no doubt ready to bolt as soon as she reached it. The line suddenly connected, and Emmeline began speaking very quietly. "Send everyone to the house. He's..." Before she could get another word out, Emma was suddenly on her back on the ground, her phone spinning across the floor toward my foot. Kimber had come through the sliding door so fast, I didn't even realize what had happened until I saw the mess of red hair on top of a screaming Emma. The line was still connected, so I smashed the phone onto the heel of my boot. By the time I looked back toward Emmeline, Kimber had already had the Beretta jammed under Emma's jaw. "Say another word, Adler, and I'll put a bullet through your skull," Emmeline whimpered. "Where is Sam's mom?" My throat tightened. I wasn't talking to you," Kimber yelled at me. "Adler? She's dead," Emma whispered. "How?" "How?" Kimber asked. "I don't know. It was a car accident, I think. Or something with a car. I'm sorry, I don't remember. I'm a victim like you." Kimber let go of Emma. She scrambled back against the wall. Her disposition changed as soon as she was freed. Gone was the scared, wilting flower from moments before. Emma was once again mistress of the house. She smiled coolly. "But of course, I'm a survivor. And it's Walker now," Emma cooed. "You both are so dead when my husband finds you." Kimber turned and cracked Emma over the head with the butt of the gun. She fell face first onto the rug she was kneeling on. "We gotta go," I said, taking Kimber's arm. "Get off of me!" she screamed and jerked away from my grasp. Kimber gave me a fiery look and then held out her hand. "Keys." "No. You need to get out of town immediately, Kimber," I said. She pointed the Beretta at my chest. "Now." I hesitated, then handed them over to her. She whirled out the door. I followed her to the Mazda where she tore open the driver's side door and got in. The red pickup was parked haphazardly on the front yard, grass torn up under its tires and driver door hanging open. I walked up to the Mazda as Kimber scowled at me, but didn't get in. "Kimber, I'd rather be dead than take you with me up to the mine," I told her through the window. Her hands flexed, white-knuckled on the steering wheel. "Don't make me leave you," she said, as the far-off sirens of police cruisers began to creep into the neighborhood. Fuck! I yelled. Did Kimber always get her way? Before my door was even shut, Kimber was screeching out of the driveway. She made record time back to the highway, but the sirens continued to grow louder behind us. They're chasing us, Kimber. Where the fuck are you going? You know where Baraska is, and I don't. You're not going to tell me, are you? No, I said in a low voice. And there's only one place to go, she said. And before I realized where she was going, we were already there. She pulled into the back lot of the Prince Ridge, parked, and walked straight into our hotel room, which she hadn't even bothered to lock on her way out. I ran after her, locking the hotel door behind me. They know we're here. We have to get out now. Kimber fell into the armchair and began spinning the car keys on her finger. I knew you'd go to your mother's. Even when you're high, you're not stupid enough to make a run at Baraska in the daylight. I'm not high, I said. Kimber shrugged. You hide it well. And anyway, how can I believe anything you say? You've lied to me at every turn. I've lied? You kept everything from me. Only what I didn't trust with you. And I agree that you were right. I was a liability. And I'm so sorry for that. It kills me to even think about the danger I put you in. But you need to admit the reasons you're really here. Let me take care of the rest. I can do that now, and I want to. I know what my life is buying. I want to help Sam, she pleaded. I want Baraska gone and those men dead. I know you do, but that's not why you're here. You're here because of Kyle. I'm not saying that's wrong, Kimber, but I am here for Kyle, okay? I never pretended I wasn't. But I wanted to see Baraska exposed, too. The sirens were getting nearer, and we were no closer to getting out of this room. Kimber sighed. It's clear that that's never going to happen. I thought we might be able to get the records, but I don't know how to find them. These fuckers are going to die with their good names. But at least they'll die, right? Yes, they will die. We had finally agreed on something. And you're not going up there alone for some suicidal showdown, got it? She demanded. I clenched my teeth. The time for lies was over, but I couldn't agree to this. The sirens suddenly cut off. They were here. Kimber, I warned. Come on out, son. We know you and your girlfriend are holed up in that room. The megaphone was coming from the other side of the building. They think we're still in 209, Kimber whispered, as if they could hear her. It was the break we needed. Get your shit and get in the car, I said. Kimber gave me a wary look. We can argue later. Let's just get the fuck out of here, Kimber. If they catch us, no one makes a run at Baraska. She nodded, still looking distrustful, but slung her bag over her shoulder and quietly opened the door. I prayed they had yet to surround the whole building. I grabbed my duffel bag and followed Kimber out, quietly closing the door behind me. Come on now, Samuel. Don't make us come into this crack den after you. Come out real nice and obedient so we can bring you to your daddy. He's really looking forward to seeing you. He wants to spend some quality father and son time. We threw our bags into the back seat and climbed into the car. I waited to hear the megaphone again before I risked turning the engine over. This time, a different voice was spoken. Samuel Walker, you are wanted. You are a wanted suspect in the felony assault of Kyle Landy. If you resist arrest, we may have to hurt you. The sheriff really wouldn't like that, so don't make our jobs more difficult. Where are we going? Kimber asked. Just away from here. We have to lose them. Knowing that they would spot the Mazda immediately, I decided our only hope was to gun it and light up the highway. The tires screeched as we shot out of the parking lot, headed straight for the freeway on-ramp. There were a few places to hide, and I realized our best shot was one of the forest roads we knew so well. I risked a glance in the rearview mirror as we hit the on-ramp. The deputies had been caught off guard by our sudden appearance from the back of the building and were only just taking their cruisers out of park as we merged onto the highway. The pedal was on the floor. The pedal was on the floor, and it was taking all my concentration to keep the car stable in the gently falling snow. I knew there was a strong possibility that they would catch us since their cars were a lot faster than ours. Kimber handed me the gun. No, she said, without looking away from the side mirror. I'm a better shot than you. She was probably right. I hadn't shot a gun since before I went to prison. The highway began to curve, and I knew this would be my only blind spot for miles. The one chance to make a move they couldn't see. Instead of pulling off to the right and heading up a gently inclining forest inlet, I cut the wheel and careened over the snow-covered highway divider, across oncoming traffic, and up the steeper, more challenging access road to my left. I prayed our tire tracks wouldn't be visible to them with the moderate holiday traffic kicking up slush over them. The snow was falling softly through the trees as we climbed the mountain road, and I knew that if we were going to make it to somewhere less vulnerable, we couldn't stop. The snowfall would only get heavier. And the story would only get heavier. Huh? Oh no. Oh no. Sorry. Ron wanted out. Well, dang. Kimber always gets her way, doesn't she? I mean, gosh. I mean, did he really believe that his plan was gonna work with Kimber? I guess he did. No, not Lovecraft time yet. Not yet. We will get there. We will. But... well, actually, I don't know. That might be a good time to... that might be a good point to leave off on for Baraska. In the midst of a car chase. That's pretty good. As much as I desperately want to continue it, I don't know. It may be good to go ahead and switch things up. Will Sammy, or Sam, be able to leave Kimber somewhere safe and get her to not come with him on this mission of suicide and revenge? Will they even be able to escape the cops that chase them now, who are under the thumb of Sam's father, the sheriff, who would very soon have both of them killed, rather than imprisoned? Will they ever make it to the new site of Baraska? And will it be only Sam? Or will it be Kimber and Sam? Find out when we return next week to Baraska by C.K. Walker. What do you mean, what have you done? What did you do? I am confused. So... oh, shoot. Sorry, dude, I'm not talking about you. I did say Sammy at first. My bad. But... oh, dear. Alright. I see you. I see ya. So for this next segment, I had an idea. Before us, we have the Call of Cthulhu. But on top of that, I have also located this little number. The Call of Cthulhu comic. I think created a long while back, but my concept was we could read the various chapters of the Call of Cthulhu. We won't make it through the whole thing tonight, but after we read a chapter from the Call of Cthulhu, for instance, the first one being The Horror in Clay, you can jump over and see how it was visualized in this old comic. Do we like? Yeah, dude. The Horror in Clay. The Tale of Inspector Legrasse. The Madness from the Sea. And it finalizes with The Madness from the Sea. Yeah, dude, I've never read The Call of Cthulhu, but it's one of Lovecraft's most well-recognized IPs, right? So I figured it was about time we address it. Yeah, I think we could too. Especially if I dedicate like the latter half of this stream to it. Well, alright then. You have a Cthulhu mask? Heck yeah. Hey, May. You missed the final, or our final chapter of Baraska for the night. But you got here just in time for our next segment. Reading through the Call of Cthulhu. And on top of reading through the Call of Cthulhu, as we go through each chapter, we're going to check out the comic rendition of it as well. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Also, I had some different ambience. Oh yeah. I had some different ambience for this one. Let's see, is the ambience loud enough for you guys? Well, it is time. It's time we dive into the Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft. Found among the papers of the late Francis Wayland Thurston of Boston. Of such great powers or beings there may be conceivably a survival of a hugely remote period when consciousness was manifested, perhaps in shapes and forms long since withdrawn before the tide of advancing humanity, forms of which poetry and legend alone have caught a flying memory and called them gods, monsters, mythical beings of all sorts and kinds. Algernon Blackwood. Oh, who was in the house? It was the sheriff's new wife. Apparently, Sam's mom is actually dead. So says Emmeline, the sheriff's new wife. Kimber showed up at the last second as Emmeline was calling the sheriff, or calling the sheriff's men.
Kimber showed up and tackled Emmeline. Gave her the what for. After a little bit of screaming at Sam, Kimber and he drove back to the hotel, where they continued to argue a little bit more about Sam's betrayal. And then the police showed up at said hotel. They got out just barely because the police thought they were in a different room than they actually were. They made a speedy getaway, and after crossing the highway into oncoming traffic to get to a ramp that was that would be less conspicuous, they believe they may have lost the cops' trail. But we'll find out next time as they travel slowly up the mountain as the snow gets heavier and heavier. It was a good little section, and the cliffhanger that we left off on, I think, is a good one. One, the horror in clay. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little. But someday, the piecing together of disassociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality, and of our frightful position therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation, or flee from the deadly light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Theosophists have guessed at the awesome grandeur of the cosmic cycle wherein our world and human race form transient incidents. They have hinted at strange survivals in terms which would freeze the blood, if not masked by a bland optimism. But it is not from them that there came the single glimpse of forbidden eons which chills me when I think of it, and maddens me when I dream of it. The glimpse, like all dread glimpses of truth, flashed out from an accidental piecing together of separated things. In this case, an old newspaper item and the notes of a dead professor. I hope that no one else will accomplish this piecing out. Certainly, if I live, I shall never knowingly supply a link in so hideous a chain. I think that the professor, too, intended to keep silent regarding the part he knew, and that he would have destroyed his notes had not sudden death seized him. My knowledge of the thing began in the winter of 1926 to 27, with the death of my granduncle, George Gamel Angel, Professor Emeritus of Semitic Languages in Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. Professor Angel was widely known as an authority on ancient inscriptions, and had frequently been resorted to by the heads of prominent museums, so that his passing at the age of 92 may be recalled by many. Locally, interest was intensified by the obscurity of the cause of death. The professor had been stricken whilst returning from the Newport boat,
falling suddenly, as witnesses said, after having been jostled by a nautical-looking African American who had come from one of the queer dark courts on the precipitous hillside, which formed a shortcut from the waterfront to the deceased home in William Street. Physicians were unable to find any visible disorder, but concluded after perplexed debate that some obscure lesion of the heart, induced by the brisk ascent of so steep a hill by so elderly a man, was responsible for the end. At the time, I saw no reason to dissent from this dictum, but laterally I am inclined to wonder, and more than wonder. As my granduncle's heir and executor, for he died a childless widower, I was expected to go over his papers with some thoroughness, and for that purpose moved his entire set of files and boxes to my quarters in Boston. Much of the material which I correlated will be later published by the American Archaeological Society, but there was one box which I found exceedingly puzzling, and which I felt much averse from shewing to other eyes. It had been locked, and I did not find the key till it occurred to me to examine the personal ring which the professor carried always in his pocket. Then indeed I succeeded in opening it, but when I did so, seemed only to be confronted by a greater and more closely locked barrier. For what could be the meaning of a queer clay bas-relief and the disjointed jottings, ramblings, and cuttings which I found? Had my uncle, in his later years, become credulous of the most superficial impostures? I resolved to search out the eccentric sculptor responsible for this apparent disturbance of an old man's peace of mind. The bas-relief was a rough rectangle, less than an inch thick, and about 5 by 6 inches in area. Obviously of modern origin. Its designs, however, were far from modern in atmosphere and suggestion, for although the vagaries of cubism and futurism are many and wild, they do not often reproduce that cryptic regularity which lurks in prehistoric writing. In writing of some kind, the bulk of these designs seemed certainly to be, though my memory, despite much familiarity with the papers and collections of my uncle, failed in any way to identify this particular species, or even to hint at its remotest affiliations. Above these apparent hieroglyphs was a figure of evidently pictorial intent, though its impressionistic execution forbade a very clear idea of its nature. It seemed to be a sort of monster, or symbol representing a monster, or a form which only a diseased fancy could conceive. If I say that my somewhat extravagant imagination yielded simultaneous pictures of an octopus, a dragon, and a human caricature, I shall not be unfaithful to the spirit of the thing. A pulpy, tentacled head surmounted a grotesque and scaly body with rudimentary wings, but it was the general outline of the whole which made it most shockingly frightful. Behind the figure was a vague suggestion of a cyclopean architectural background. The writing accompanied by this oddity was aside from a stack of press cuttings in Professor Angel's most recent hand, and made no pretense to literary style, which seemed to be the main document, was headed Cthulhu Cult, in chapters painstakingly printed to avoid the erroneous reading of a word so unheard of. The manuscript was divided into 2 sections, the first of which was headed 1925, Dream and Dream Work of H.A. Wilcox, 7 Thomas, St. Providence, Rhode Island. And the second, Narrative of Inspector John R. LaGrasse, 121, Bineville, St. New Orleans, L.A., at 9:08 AAS MTG. Notes on SYMP and Professor Webb's account. The other manuscript papers were all brief notes, some of them accounts of the queer dreams of different persons, some of them citations from theosophical books and magazines, notably W. Scott Eliot's Atlantis and the Lost Lemuria, and the rest comments on long-surviving secret societies and hidden cults, with references to passages in such mythological and anthropological sourcebooks as Fraser's Golden Bow and Miss Murray's Witch Cult in Western Europe. The cuttings largely alluded to outre mental illnesses and outbreaks of group folly or mania in the spring of 1925. The first half of the principal manuscript told a very peculiar tale. It appears that on March 1st, 1925, a thin, dark young man of neurotic and excited aspect had called upon Professor Angel bearing the singular clay bas-relief, which was then exceedingly damp and fresh. His card bore the name of Henry Anthony Wilcox, and my uncle had recognized him as the youngest son of an excellent family slightly known to him, who had latterly been studying sculpture at the Rhode Island School of Design and living alone at the Fleur de Lis building near that institution. Wilcox was a precocious youth of known genius but great eccentricity, and had from childhood excited attention, though the strange stories and odd dreams he was in the habit of relating. He called himself psychically hypersensitive, but the staid folk of the ancient commercial city dismissed him as merely queer, never mingling much with his kind. He had dropped gradually from social visibility and was now known only to a small group of aesthetes, from other towns. Even the Providence Art Club, anxious to preserve its conservatism, had found him quite hopeless. On the occasion of the visit, ran the professor's manuscript, the sculptor abruptly asked for the benefit of his host's archaeological knowledge in identifying the hieroglyphics on the bas-relief. He spoke in a dreamy, stilted manner, which suggested pose and alienated sympathy. And my uncle shewed some sharpness in replying, for the conspicuous freshness of the tablet implied kinship with anything but archaeology. Young Wilcox rejoined her, which impressed my uncle enough to make him recall and record it verbatim, was of a fantastically poetic cast, which must have typified his whole conversation, and which I have since found highly characteristic of him. He said, "It is new indeed, for I made it last night." "Oh, it is new indeed, for I made it last night in a dream of strange cities. And dreams are older than brooding Tyre, or the contemplative Sphinx, or garden-girdled Babylon." It was then that he began that rambling tale which suddenly played upon a sleeping memory and won the fevered interest of my uncle. There had been a slight earthquake tremor the night before, the most considerable felt in New England for some years, and Wilcox's imagination had been keenly affected. Upon retiring, he had had an unprecedented dream of great cyclopean cities, of titan blocks and sky-flung monoliths, all dripping with green ooze and sinister with latent horror. Hieroglyphics had covered the walls and pillars, and from some undetermined point below had come a voice that was not a voice, a chaotic sensation which only fancy could transmute into sound, but which he attempted to render by the almost unpronounceable jumble of letters. Cthulhu Fatang. Incoming. Mayday, mayday. I see you, dude. Whoa. Aha! Ooh, I'm loving the raid emotes. What is up, guys? Welcome to the night of horror. Yes! You are all now mine. Settle in and steel your hearts for a night of horror. But in all honesty, welcome. Welcome indeed. Thank you so much, Code. It means a lot that you would raid me, dude. And legitimately double my viewers. Yes, how are you doing? I agree with May. Whoa, snippety snap. Thank you, Brady and Lay. I appreciate the follows very much. Hey, thank you. Real quick, just during this part, let me jump to the closer up cam. They voted for me. Aw, heck. Well, thank you, chat. since, the raid is now here, I'll give you an idea of what I do here on this channel. Tonight is a special case. I'm not always in a dark and gloomy atmosphere. Normally, I read, well, it depends on the night. I read stories, short stories, novellas, novels, here on stream in an effort to practice my voice acting talent. And in an effort to introduce myself and others to new and exciting literature. Saturdays are known lovingly as SYMP Saturdays. Say your merry prayers. Saturday. On Sundays we do sci-fi short stories, titled simply as Sci-Fi Sunday. We do Fantasy Friday, and I am looking into what we will be doing Thursdays now. Basically, super cool stream. I do think the folks in chat are real loving, and I do my best to be encouraging. And as you may be able to see, I do my best to really draw from the literature as much as I can out of it, right? I try to truly reflect what it is that the literature is getting at. A lot of times I read it blind though, so so you may notice that I stumble on a couple of occasions, but the more I do it, the better I get at it. Oh, and thank you, yourself yeet. Yourself yeet. Thank you so much for following. You have joined the Merry Meadow as another wildflower. Right on. Well, currently we are reading through the first chapter of The Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft. You may have missed the first portion of it, but I think you'll still get the idea if you jump in now. Ooh, pardon me. Alright, let me sip my tea and we'll jump right back into it. Alright, strap in and say your prayers. Because this is the, I think it's called The Clayman? Hang on. The Horror in Clay by H.P. Lovecraft. This verbal jumble was the key to the recollection which excited and disturbed Professor Angel. He questioned the sculptor with scientific minuteness. He studied with almost frantic intensity the bas-relief on which the youth had found himself working. Chilled in clay, only in his night clothes, when waking had stolen bewilderingly over him. My uncle blamed his old age, Wilcox afterwards said, for his slowness in recognizing both hieroglyphics and pictorial design. Many of his questions seemed highly out of place to his visitor, especially those which tried to connect the latter with strange cults or societies. And Wilcox could not understand the repeated promises of silence which he was offered in exchange for an admission of membership in some widespread mystical or paganal religious body. When Professor Angel became convinced that the sculptor was indeed ignorant of any cult or system of cryptic lore, he besieged his visitor with demands for future reports of dreams. This bore regular fruit, for after the first interview, the manuscript records daily calls of the young man, during which he related startling fragments of nocturnal imagery, whose burden was always something terrible cyclopean vista of dark and dripping stone, with a subterranean voice or intelligence shouting monotonously in enigmatical sense impacts, uninscribable save as gibberish. The two sounds most frequently repeated are those rendered by the letters Cthulhu and Relier. On March 23rd, the manuscript continued. Wilcox failed to appear, and inquiries at his quarters revealed that he had been stricken with an obscure sort of fever and taken to the home of his family in Waterman Street. He had cried out in the night, arousing several other artists in the building, and had manifested since then only alterations of unconsciousness and delirium. My uncle at once telephoned the family, and from that time forward kept close watch of the case, calling often at the Thayer Street office of Dr. Toby, whom he learned to be in charge. The youth's febrile mind apparently was dwelling on strange things, and the doctor shuddered now and then as he spoke of them. They included not only a repetition of what he had formerly dreamed, but touched wildly on a gigantic thing miles high, which walked or lumbered about. He at no time fully described this object, but occasional frantic words, as repeated by Dr. Toby, convinced the professor that it must be identical with the nameless monstrosity he had sought to depict in his dream sculpture. Reference to this object, the doctor added, was invariably a prelude to the young man's subsistence into lethargy. His temperature, oddly enough, was not greatly above normal, but his whole condition was otherwise such as to suggest true fever rather than mental disorder. On April 2nd at about 3 p.m., every trace of Wilcox's malady suddenly ceased. He sat upright in bed, astonished to find himself at home and completely ignorant of what had happened in dream nor reality since the night of March 22nd. Pronounced well by his physician, he returned to his quarters in 3 days. But to Professor Angel, he was of no further assistance. All traces of strange dreaming had vanished with his recovery, and my uncle kept no record of his night thoughts after a week of pointless and irrelevant accounts of thoroughly usual visuals. Here, the first part of the manuscript ended, but references to certain of the scattered notes gave me much material for thought. So much, in fact, that only the ingrained skepticism then forming my philosophy can account for my continued distrust of the artist. The notes in question were those descriptive of the dreams of various persons covering the same period as that in which young Wilcox had had his strange visitations. My uncle, it seems, had quickly instituted a prodigiously far-flung body of inquiries almost nearly all the friends whom he could question without impertinence, asking for nightly reports of their dreams and the dates of any notable visions for some time past. The reception of his request seems to have been varied, but he must, at the very least, have received more responses than any ordinary man could have handled without a secretary. This original correspondence was not preserved, but his notes formed a thorough and really significant digest. Average people in society and business, New England's traditional salt of the earth, gave an almost completely negative result, though scattered cases of uneasy but formless nocturnal impressions appear here and there, always between March 22nd and April 2nd. Always between March 23rd and April 2nd. The period of young Wilcox's delirium. Scientific men were little more affected, though 4 cases of vague description suggest fugitive glimpses of strange landscapes, and in one case there is mentioned a dread of something abnormal. It was from the artists and poets that the pertinent answers came, and I know that panic would have broken loose had they been able to compare notes. As it was lacking their original letters, I half suspected the compiler of having asked leading questions, or of having edited the correspondence in corroboration of what he had latently resolved to see. That is why I continued to feel that Wilcox, somehow cognizant of the old data which my uncle had possessed, had been imposing on the veteran scientist. These responses from Aesthetes told a disturbing tale. From February 28th to April 2nd, a large portion of them had dreamed very bizarre things. The intensity of the dreams being immeasurably the stronger during the period of the sculptor's delirium. Over 1/4 of those who reported anything reported scenes and half-sounds not unlike those which Wilcox had described. And some of the dreamers confessed acute fear of the gigantic nameless thing visible toward the last. One case, which the note describes with emphasis, was very sad. The subject, a widely known architect with leanings toward theosophy and occultism, went violently insane on the date of young Wilcox's seizure, and expired several months later after incessant screamings to be saved from some escaped denizen of hell. Had my uncle referred to these cases by name instead of merely by number, I should have attempted some corroboration and personal investigation. But as it was, I succeeded in tracing down only a few. All of these, however, bore out the notes in full. I have often wondered if all the objects of the professor's questioning felt as puzzled as did this fraction. It is well that no explanation shall ever reach them. The press cuttings, as I have intimated, touched on cases of panic, mania, and eccentricity during the given period. Professor Angel must have employed a cutting bureau, for the number of extracts was tremendous, and the sources scattered throughout the globe. Here was a nocturnal suicide in London, where a lone sleeper had leapt from a window after a shocking cry. Here likewise a rambling letter to the editor of a paper in South America, where a fanatic deduces a dire future from visions he has seen. A dispatch from California describes a Theosophist colony as donning white robes in mass for some glorious fulfillment, which never arrives, whilst items from India speak guardedly of serious native unrest toward the end of March. Voodoo orgies multiply in Haiti, and Africa outposts report ominous mutterings. American officers in the Philippines find certain tribes bothersome about this time, and New York policemen are mobbed by hysterical Levantines on the night of March 22nd and 23rd. The west of Ireland, too, is full of wild rumor and legendary, and a fantastic painter named Arduis Bonnot hangs a blasphemous dream landscape in the Paris Spring Salon of 1926. And so numerous are the recorded troubles in insane asylums that only a miracle can have stopped the medical fraternity from noting strange parallelisms and drawing mystified conclusions. The weird bunch of cuttings, all told, and I can at this stage scarcely envisage the callous rationalism with which I set them aside. But I was then convinced that young Wilcox had known of the older matters mentioned by the professor. What does my hat say? Hang on. It says Sammy and Winkle. Or Sammy say Winkle. Stellensbosch, South America. Or South Africa, sorry. It just says SA, but it was South Africa, not South America. Oh, that actually doesn't look all that bad. So, now that we have read The Horror in the Clay, let's check out what this old comics rendition of it is. Yeah, it was interesting. I don't know, I find some of Lovecraft's stories to be a little hard to follow, but one thing's for sure, they flow so nicely. Even if I'm not following it, the sound of it is fantastic. I think it's been said before in chat that, or yeah, Keaton brought it up, that Lovecraft tended to write almost poetically. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. 1. The horror in the clay. We live in a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. Someday, the piecing together of disassociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality that we shall either go mad from the revelation or flee from the deadly light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Theosophies have guessed at the awesome grandeur of the cosmic cycle, wherein our world and human race form transient incidents. They have hinted at Strange survival in terms which could freeze the blood, if not masked by a bland optimism. But it is not from them that there came the glimpse of forbidden eons, which chills my thoughts and haunts my dreams. Boston, Massachusetts, 1926. That dread glimpse flashed out from an accidental piecing together of separated things. The Call of Cthulhu. I hope that no one else will accomplish this piecing out. Certainly, if I live, I shall never knowingly supply a link in so hideous a chain. Illustrated by John Coulthard. My knowledge of the thing began with the death of my great-uncle, George Kamel Angel. Oh shoot. Okay. Sorry, once we move through this one, I guess, do you guys want me to just show you all the panels instead of reading through it? I didn't realize that it would literally be the exact same text, just with illustrations. So for the next section, I'll just read it from this here. Right on. I'll scroll through slow. Do I need a book on my face? I mean, I don't not need a book on my face. I will say, those moments where I get to put the book on my face are actually kind of nice. It's like a moment of respite, right? A second to take a deep breath in. How about 2 books? Now things are getting interesting. Boy. I hope it was clear enough. I know that the lighting for this spooky night is a little bit, makes it a little harder to see. You are very welcome. Anytime you have the points and wish to place a book upon my face, I certainly welcome it. Yeah, dude, the art here is incredible. I feel like the older nature of it, too, makes it even spookier. Like, for instance, hang on, let me pause this for one moment. I found this, right? This is also a, wait, hang on. This is also a rendition of the Call of Cthulhu, but in a more modern art style. But I don't know. I feel like I almost like this one a little bit better. Well, no, that's not right. I think I like both of them for different reasons. Oh my gosh. I do have... I think I have 6 books. I think I could do 6. That's my guess. But hopefully we do that on a day with better lighting. Maybe when I go back up to space tomorrow, I'll have I don't know. They have a library up there, which is weird, right? Space station with a library? I've asked them 20 times, why is it not digital? Why is it not digital? They tell me every time, the real thing is the real deal. You know, it's important to actually hold a book in your hand. I guess I get that. Either that or maybe we can try to up it every stream. Go for 3 tomorrow. 4 the next day. Nice. Yeah, I think I prefer the older one too. Dang, look at this. This part right here. Especially this dude's face. Hang on, I'm gonna switch it over to this one real quick. So you can see. You see the slight bit of red tinged in his eyes? I don't know, it's just a wild detail. Dim the lights, baby. Oh, dude. Keaton, you're totally right. Ah. Yeah, man, I didn't even think about that. Like, it's such a normal thing when I'm up there. The whole, you know, I just yell out, like, Alexa, turn the gravity down 2 notches. And I don't know, it just becomes like an everyday thing, right? I don't even think about it anymore. They do have a setting for regular gravity though, in case I want to do it like legitimately. Oh my god. Whoa, dude. Oh, I looked away for a second. This right here is not okay. No, we didn't jump into a new chapter, did we? I don't think we did. Wait a second, did we? Oh, what is this that's happening? So we just read... So to jump back over here for a second, we just read, The Horror in Clay by H.P. Lovecraft. I Oh hey, Nightly. Thanks again for the follow. I hope to catch you at another stream. And I pray you rest well and wake up tomorrow feeling refreshed. Yeah, Code, to give you like an idea, it's kind of like I don't know, like a condo thing, but I own it like with 7 other people, so we each get like 1 day out of the week that we can go up to space, and it's just like a little resort thing, but it's a little bit mellow. Like the conditions are just okay. So it's like a 0G thing. It can be, right? There's like a setting. Again, bump down or up the gravity however I like. There's some, beefcakes that like to up the gravity and do weight training in it. Seems interesting. Do you know what I'm talking about? Keaton. Yeah, the time and space share. They even titled that. The bastards. They think they're clever. And they are. But but I mean, come on. Time and space share. Did you get one of your own? Nice. What day do you have? You don't have Sunday, do you? Or shoot, you might have it for the whole week, depending on what package you got. Yeah. It can be a pain. I'm lucky it's only a 40-minute drive to the rocket that takes me up. What kind of stories can fit on Sci-Fi Sunday? Sci-fi stories? Well, I'll say not just like sci-fi, but also dystopian stories. Worlds of, tales within worlds that are in the future. So dystopian stories, sci-fi stories, science fiction, and anything to do with like robots and things that are thought to happen one day. You can even go back like into the old VODs and check out some of the stories that come from them, or that pop up in them. It's a good idea. And if you gotta be holed up, all winter, like inside, it may be nicer to spend it up in space. But what would that mean? Well, it could fit on a different night if for some reason it doesn't fit in Sunday. Most stories have a genre. Right? Is it fantasy? Is it sci-fi? Is it horror? You could certainly do that too. And then it won't matter what night it is. I did skip over to a different one. Gotcha, my bad. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Alright, forgive me if I struggle to read this. It's a little bit harder to read in this kind of text. What happened to a man after he died? That could fit in either this night, the SYMP Saturday, or yeah, because if it's kind of supernatural like that, it would be a SYMP Saturday one. The tale of Inspector Legrasse. The old matters which had made the sculptor's dreams so significant to my uncle formed the second half of his long manuscript. Once before, he had seen the hellish outlines of the nameless monstrosity, puzzled over their hieroglyphs, and heard the ominous syllables which can be remembered only as Cthulhu. In 1908, he had held a prominent part in deliberations of the American Archaeological Society in St. Louis. They had been approached by a stranger from New Orleans, John Raymond Legrasse, an inspector of police. His request for enlightenment was promised by professional considerations. The stone statuette which he bore had been captured during a raid on a supposed voodoo meeting. Of its origin, nothing could be discovered, and the police were anxious to place it and reveal the source of the cult. Although excited at the sight of the green stone figure, the assembled scientists, several, severely shook their heads and confessed defeat at the inspector's problem. There was one, however, who suspected a touch of bizarre familiarity in what he saw. William Channing Webb, professor of anthropology in Princeton University. With some difficulty, he explained 48 years before a tour of Greenland and Iceland, he had encountered a singular tribe of degenerate Eskimos, shunned by others, whose religion he was told came down from ancient eons before the world was made. Their nameless rites and sacrifices were addressed to a supreme elder devil, or Tornask, one of whose rituals Professor Webb had taken down from an aged Angakor, or wizard priest. Most striking to him now was the fetish they danced around when the aurora was high. In all essential features, it was a rough parallel of the thing now lying before the meeting. Sorry, the ambience did that thing where it was like, "Are you still watching?" I had to be like, "Why, yes, good player, I am indeed." This data, received with astonishment by the assembled members, proved doubly exciting to Inspector Legrasse. Having copied an oral ritual from the swamp cult worshippers, he besought the professor to remember the syllables taken down amongst the Diabolists, Eskimos. The Diabolist Eskimos. There then followed a comparison of details and a moment of awed silence when the two agreed on the virtual identity of the phrase common to rituals, worlds of distance apart. Fingului Mgloa Nafa Cthulhu Rile Uganagal Fathan. Legrasse had even managed to extract the meaning of the words from one of the prisoners. In his house at Relay, dead Cthulhu waits, dreaming. In response to a general, urgent demand, he proceeded to relate his experience with the swamp cult. On November 1st, 1907, there had come to New Orleans police a frantic summons from squatters in the country to the south. The thing which held them in terror, they said, was voodoo of a more terrible sort than they had ever known, and some of their women and children had disappeared since the malevolent tom-tom had begun beating far within the black haunted woods. So, a body of 20 police set out in the late afternoon with a squatter as a guide into the dank cypress swamps where day never came. The region they entered was one of traditionally evil repute, substantially unknown and untraversed by white men. Legends told of a hidden lake where dwelt a formless white, polypus thing with luminous eyes worshipped by bat-winged devils from caverns in the inner earth. It was nightmare itself, and to see it was to die. Gradually, a reddish glare seemed to filter through the black arcades, and other sounds could be heard over the muffled tom-toms. Only poetry or madness could do justice to the demonic howls and squawking ecstasies that tore and reverberated through these nighted woods like tempests from the gulfs of hell. This one right here reminds me of Junji Ito. The trees thinned, and the spectacle revealed itself. That hideous phrase rose in the air. Fnglui Magnafa Cthulhu Rilie Woganagal Patan. It may have only been imagination or echoes, but one of the men, Joseph D. Galvez, fancied he heard antiphonal responses to the ritual. The faint beating of wings and a glimpse of shining eyes in the woods. In the ensuing din and chaos, 5 of the worshippers were killed, 2 wounded, and 47 rounded up, many others having escaped. The stone image on the monolith was removed and taken with the prisoners back to New Orleans. Most of them were West Indian or Portuguese, giving a coloring of voodooism to their ceremonies. One of them, a mestizo named Old Castro, gave the fullest account of the cult. The worshipper, he said, they worshipped, he said, the great old ones, who lived ages before there were any men and came to the young world out of the sky. They were gone now, inside the earth or under the sea, but their dead bodies told their secrets in dreams, and thus the cults had formed, in the distant wastes and dark places, waiting for the great priest Cthulhu to rise from R'lyeh under the waters and rule the earth again. No man had ever seen the Old Ones. The carven idol was great Cthulhu, but none knew the shapes of the others. No one could read the old writing now, but they knew the meaning of the chanted ritual. In his house at R'lyeh, dead Cthulhu waits, dreaming. For aeons, they had ruled the earth, dying epochs of times before the man came, although they were not composed of flesh and blood. There were arts which could receive them when the seers came round again. They had shape, as the star-fashioned image proved, but that shape was not made of matter. When the stars were wrong, they died, in their way, and thus they were when men came, and they spoke to the sensitive among them, molding their dreams. The cult would never die, said Castro, not until great Cthulhu and his subjects were received, were revived, when all laws were thrown aside, and there was shouting and killing and reveling in joy. All the earth aflame in a holocaust of ecstasy and freedom. The center of the cult lay in Arabia, where Irem, city of pillars, dreams hidden and untouched. Few knew of the cult, no books had ever hinted of it. Only the Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred held double meanings which the initiated might interpret. That is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. It was his search for corroboration of Castro's tale that had brought Legros to the meeting. Little wonder the surprise of my uncle when he heard the story of the young sculptor who had dreamed not only of the swamp figure and its hieroglyphics, but also of precise words from the formula uttered by the Eskimos and Louisianans. Believing Wilcox to have intended these dreams, or rather invented them, I decided to make a trip to Providence to press him for an answer. He lived there alone in the Fleur de Lis building in Thomas Street. I found him at work in his room, where I had cause to concede admiration for his remarkable clay statues. A short talk soon convinced me of his sincerity. He spoke of his dreams in a strangely poetic fashion. The Cyclopean city of slimy green stone, whose geometry he oddly said was all wrong, and the ceaseless calling from underground, Cthulhu Fatong, Cthulhu Fatong. The mention of words from the dread ritual shook me despite my rational beliefs, and yet I still felt Wilcox had heard of the cult in some casual way, which surfaced later in his fever dreams and his art. Later on, I visited New Orleans, talked with Legrasse and some of the others, and saw the frightful stone image. Hearing their stories firsthand excited me afresh, and I felt sure I was on the track of a very real, very secret, and very ancient religion. My attitude was one of absolute materialism, as I wish it still were. I discounted with a most inexplicable perversivity the coincidence of the dream notes and odd occultings collected by Professor Angel. One thing which I know now is that my uncle's death was far from natural. He knew too much. Whether I shall go as he did remains to be seen. Three, the madness from the sea. If heaven ever wishes to grant me a boon, it will be a total effacing of the results of a mere chance which fixed my eye on a certain piece of shelf paper. An old number of an Australian journal, the Sydney Bulletin for April 18th, 1925. I had largely given over my inquiries into the Cthulhu cult, and was visiting a learned friend, a museum curator of Paterson, New Jersey. Examining one day the reserve specimens in a rear room of the museum, an odd picture caught my eye. It was the Sydney Bulletin I have mentioned, but my friend was wide affiliated in foreign parts. Although the accompanying text was brief, its suggestions were of portentous significance to my flagging quest. I carefully tore it out. The headline read, "Mystery Derelict Found at Sea." The freighter Vigilant had arrived in Sydney towing the disabled but heavily armed Alert of Dunedin, which they had found on April 12th, with one living and one dead man aboard. The living man was delirious and clutching a stone idol of unknown origin, which he had found in a shrine in the ship. He was a Norwegian, Gustav Johannes, or Johansen, second mate of the schooner Emma of Auckland. Sailing for Calso, a storm had thrown them south, and on March 22nd, they had encountered the Alert manned by a crew of Kanakas and half-castes who ordered them to turn back. When they refused, the Alert opened fire with heavy brass cannon. Showing fight, the crew of the Emma managed to board and subdue the Alert. At the end of the attack, the Emma had sunk due to damage. Its captain and first mate had been killed, and the entire crew of the Alert were dead or dying. Johansen, and the remaining men decided to sail ahead in the Alert. The next day they landed on the uncharted island, where 6 of the men somehow died ashore. Johansen and the other man, William Bridden, left in the Alert and were rescued a few days later. Bridden having died also by that time of excitement or exposure. Reports from Dunedin stated that the Alert and its ill-regarded crew had set sail in haste after the storm and earth tremors of March 1st. Johansen was described as a sober and worthy man, and an inquiry into the events had been announced. What a train of ideas this started in my mind. How was it that the earthquake and storms coincided with the incident of Wilcox's fever? I thought of the words of Castro, of the sunken starborn old ones, and their mastery of dreams. That evening I bade my host adieu, and took a train for San Francisco. In less than a month I was in New Zealand. Once there, however, I found that little was known of the strange cult members. In the old taverns, save for a journey they once made inland. In Auckland, I learned that Johansen had returned, with yellow hair turned white, and after inconclusive questioning at Sydney, had sold his house and sailed with his wife for also. After that, I went to Sydney and talked profilously with seamen and members of the Vice Admiralty Court. I saw the Alert at Circular Quay, but gained nothing from its non-committal bulk. In the Sydney Museum, I was able to study the baleful image which geologists had vowed was of no earthly stone. Once more I thought of Castro's words. They had come from the stars and had brought their images with them. Shaken with such a mental revolution as I had never before known, I resolved to visit Johansen. Sailing for London, I re-embarked at once for Norway, arriving in Oslo one day in autumn. His house lay in the old town. His wife answered my knock, and I was stung with disappointment when she told me that Gustav Johansen was no more. He had returned a broken man. He told his wife no more than I knew already, but he had left a long manuscript written in English to safeguard her from the peril of casual perusal. Shortly after, a bundle of papers falling from an attic had knocked him down in the street. He was dead before the ambulance could reach him. I now felt gnawing at my vitals, that dark terror which will never leave me till I, too, am at rest. Accidentally or otherwise. Persuading the widow my interest was genuine, I took the manuscript with me back to London. It was a simple, rambling thing, a naive sailor's efforts at a post-facto diary. I cannot attempt to transcribe it, but I will tell its gist enough to show why the sound of water against the ship's sides became so unendurable to me that I stopped my ears with cotton. Johansen's voyage began just as he had told the Vice Admiralty. The Emma in ballast felt the full force of the earthquake-born storm. Once more under control, the ship was making good progress when held up by the Alert on March 22nd. Of these swarthy cult fiends, he speaks with significant horror. Some peculiarly abominable quality about them made their destruction seem almost a duty. Driven ahead by curiosity in their captured yacht, they sight a great stone pillar sticking out of the sea. In S latitude 47 degrees 9, west longitude 126 degrees 43, they come upon a coastline of mingled mud, ooze, and weedy cyclopean masonry. It could be nothing less than the tangible substance of Earth's supreme terror. Something like fright had come over all the explorers before much was seen. Each would have fled had he not feared the scorn of the others. It was Rodriguez who, climbing ahead, shouted of what he had found. An immense portal of grotesquely carved stone. Donovan, by climbing up the edge, managed somehow to tip the balance of the great door. It gave inward, softly and slowly. The odor arising from the depths was intolerable. Something stirred down there. Everyone listened, and everyone was listening still when it lumbered slobberingly into sight. What wonder that across the earth poor Wilcox raved with fever in that telepathic instant. The stars were right again, and what an age-old cult had failed to do by designs, a band of innocent sailors had done by accident. After vigintillions of years, great Cthulhu was loose again, and ravening for delight. Of the 5 who ran, only Bryden and Johansen reached the boat. Steam had not been suffered to go down entirely, and it was the work of only a few moments to get the alert underway. As she churned the waters, the Titan thing from the stars slavered and gibbered on the masonry of that channel shore. Then slid greasily into the water in pursuit. Bryden looked back and went mad, but Johansen had not given out yet. Resolving on a desperate chance, he set the engine on full and turned the ship around. As the steam mounted, he drove the vessel head-on against the pursuing monstrosity. When he looked back, Johansen saw the scattered remnants nebulously recombining as the alert drew away from the seething water. That was all. After that, he only brooded over the idol in the cabin and attended to food for himself and the maniac by his side. He felt too drained to navigate. Then came the storm of April 2nd, and a gathering of clouds about his consciousness. Out of the dream came rescue. The vigilant, the court, the streets of Dunedin, and the long voyage home. He would write of what he knew before death came. Death would be a boon if only it could blot out the memories. That was the document I read, which I have placed in the tin box with the bas-relief and Professor Angel's papers. With it shall go this record of mine, this test of my own sanity. I have looked upon all that the universe has to hold of horror, and the skies of spring and the flowers of summer must ever afterward be poison to me. But I do not think my time will be long. I know too much, and the cult still lives. Cthulhu still lives as well, I suppose. His accursed city is sunk once more, for the vigilant sailed over the spot after the storm. Yet what has risen may sink, and what has sunk may rise. Loathsomeness waits and dreams in the deep, and decay spreads over the tottering cities of men. It is only a matter of time. The end. John Coldheart. John, my man, how? Man, this must have taken him ages. So impressive, though. Keaton, I agree whole frickin' heartedly, dude. That panel layout. Oh. That panel layout was ridiculous. I'm not sure which panel was my favorite. It was either the ones that were triangles, pointing from left to right, intersecting each other, or it was the one that made a trapezoid, a very stretched out trapezoid, with the spikes going along the side, and the men in the boat, in like the lifeboat, rowing towards the island. Yeah, man. No, I saw. I don't know, you might have not been able to see me, but I was like, yes, yes, the panel layout. But I didn't want to cut into the ambience and the and the feel. Yeah, dude, what wow drawings. I agree. I'd like to look into whether or not John Coldheart has done more than this, because if he has, I want to find it, and I want to read through it with you guys. Honest to goodness, I think this may be a better way to experience H.P. Lovecraft's story. I don't know, because it added just enough, right? And so much more in certain parts. Gosh. Oh lol, yeah, I didn't glance at you then. I've been reworking my AC Island. So definitely send me the PDF of this comic, because I need to study it. Heck yeah, man, heck yeah. Honest to goodness, I don't know if this, hang on, I'll talk to you later about, just remind me to tell you what I was gonna tell you, about this comic. This is very helpful. Yeah, man, I hope he has. John Coldheart. I may, real quick. He's a British graphic artist. Oh yeah, no, he's definitely done more. Good. Good. What have I done with Mary Mitch, you ask? It may be better that it's not said. I have not done the fish man, or the deep fish horror guy, known as Dagon. The other one that I know had been recommended to me before was the Dunwich horror. That was the one I was planning on checking out next, out of the H.P. Lovecraft stuff. But I do want to see if, there are any other comics, related to H.P. Lovecraft, using the text but adding illustrations, especially if they're older ones, be tight. Then I'm also going to be looking into, the other works that Dear Cold Heart has done. The extent to it has been he's converted everyone else. Oh, Dagon. Dagon, to give you an idea. Let me find a good one. That's pretty alright. Ooh, yo. Yeah, here we go. Alright, the quality for it isn't too great. But that is Dagon. Or a attempt at picturing Dagon. I think he's meant to be the old one that resides over the sea, as far as I know. Dude, I think it'd be freaking crazy if Rick Riordan attempted to make a more mature rated series, much like the Percy Jackson series, but with the Dunwich horrors, the Cthulhu cults and whatnot being where these demigods came from. It would be a hard undertaking, but that would be frickin' wild. Yeah, because my question is, if you're half Cthulhu, what does that mean? What does that mean? Shoot, dude. If somebody were to be half Cthulhu and half human, I don't know. I don't know about that. But from what I understand, they don't really have territories. Or if they do, their territories encapsulate entire states of existence. Whew. Shoot, dude. How many are there, though? There's Cthulhu, Dagon. Megan from Drake and Josh. Nemo from Finding Nemo. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, a lot. Yo, half great one, half human. Sounds like we need to read Innsmouth? What? What? Wait, Rick Riordan is making a series about the Lovecraftian horrors. No, 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 no. He's not doing that, but I brought up the idea of what if he did. One's a goat. No, he's not. But it would be great, yes. Keaton said it right. That would be interesting. Shoot, the only other one that I was gonna read tonight was this here one. Dandelions. Written by Stephanie Schism. One of the higher rated creepypastas. But I don't know. We've already gone fairly late into the evening, so I may leave it up to a poll whether we continue. New poll. Continue. So, what? Yeah, baby. All right, poll is up. We got 3 for oh yeah, baby. Right on. I'll leave it up for a little while. Continue. Continue. Oh, wait. I can do better. Continue. It looks like we have about 5 for oh yeah, baby. And 1 for yes. Alright, cool. That's the majority for let's keep going. So, let's keep going. Can we get a tour of every voice mod? Oh, baby. Oh, boy. There's a lot, dude.
There is baby.
There is this one. There's this one. There is the cathedral, my children. Here's the one where I'm in a cave and I don't know how to get out.
There's the speaking voice.
The deep one.
And also fan. Also a spooky one. That makes me sound like a ghost, sort of. And a music one. Another music one.
This one where it kind of sounds like my voice is orbiting your head.
This one where my will cut in and out a little bit. Do that. There's this one where sounds like it's coming from a walkie-talkie. there is also this one, just kind of like the speaking voice, but a little different. There is this one. Whoa.
This one is called Zombie. Not entirely sure why, but it is the zombie one.
And there are many more, but those are the ones that I frequent. Sort of. I don't know. I'd say Cave and Crazy are like the most frequented ones. No, I did not. What are you talking about? I definitely did not. I did not hide Mary Mitch in a cave. Why would I do that? I don't know what you heard, but it definitely was not a Mary Mitch. Yeah, dude, I barely scratched the surface going through those ones. Oh yeah, there are ways to make my voice into many things. Yeah, there's a few of them that I really don't know even what they do, to be honest. I'd have to go through and check them out again. There seem to be some cool ones in here that might be useful. We will see. Yeah. I'm like multi-man. Alright, are we ready for dandelions? This will be the last story of the night. And only then will I return Mary Mitch to you. Understand? I mean, to be fair, it's you guys that voted to keep this going and to keep Mary, and in turn keep Mary Mitch in that cave that he's definitely not in. All I'm saying. I've also thought about Malicious Mitch. Malicious Mitch. Or Morose Mitch. Melancholy Mitch. Menacing Mitch. How about that one? Murderous Mitch. Cave? What? Yeah, what cave? What are you talking about? The Mitch of Madness. I am a Dunwich horror in of myself on these nights. Our rivalry does go back. I remember the first time I saw that little twat. Good times. You know what really grinds my gears? Mary Mitch only lets me out on one night of the week. What's up with that, right? What's up with that?
Hech, I say. Shoot, gosh, I know. What am I doing? This is his channel after all. I'm lucky to be here. Macabre Mitch. That's a good one. Shoot, I like that. Macabre Mitch. What are we thinking? Do we want... I feel like the Cthulhu music was good for Cthulhu. But let's bring back... this. Or wait a second, dude. Oh, what? Can't believe I forgot about this. Yes. Yeah, the haunted house ambience. Or the haunted mansion ambience. Is that ambience too loud? Or too low? Or is it just right? Alright, just throw it in chat if for some reason the ambience is too loud. But without further ado, let's go ahead and read our final story of the night. This is Dandelions by Stephanie Schism. The first time I saw Brett, I was 19. I found a job working security at Dave's storage unit. My duties included keeping vagrants and thieves from disturbing the 40 rental units that were laid out in 5 neat rows in the middle of downtown Atlanta, and helping customers with lost combinations for their locks. It wasn't the safest part of town to be working a night shift, but it seemed to be easy work, and the hours meshed nicely with my class schedule at the community college. I trained 2 shifts on days, and then showed up that Thursday at 10 p.m. for my first shift alone. Or so I thought. I arrived 10 minutes early. A guy in a Fallout Boy t-shirt sat at one desk playing solitaire, and a girl with long blonde hair had her feet propped up on the other, with a ball cap pulled down, covering her face. "Hi," I said, when he looked up. "I'm Jason. New guy." "I'm Tom," he said, and started shoving stuff into a backpack. "Quiet day so far. Good luck. The crazies come out at night." The girl lowered her hat and stared at me. She was the kind of beautiful that just stops a guy in his tracks. Big green eyes, full lips, flawless skin. I realized I was staring and mumbled a hi in her direction. Her eyes widened and she tipped her head in greeting. You'd actually think the rain and thunderstorm might be better for this one. Tom looked up at me, eyebrows raised. "Yeah, so all the keys are in the top drawer of that filing cabinet, along with a master list of the combination locks. Don't give anyone access unless they show 2 forms of ID. And you make a copy of it. They'll fire your ass if you're not a stickler about that. And it has to be the person with their name on the contract, not a girlfriend, not a wifey." Some guy almost got canned because he let a wife in and she left with his whole stamp collection in the middle of a divorce. It was him, the girl said, and pointed at Tom. He ignored her, already heading toward the door. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya, he said. Night shift sucks. The girl flipped him a bird and I laughed. Tom shot me a look I couldn't decipher, but then he gave a half-hearted wave and shut the door behind him. I looked at the row of monitors and then back at the girl. She hadn't taken her eyes off me, and I felt awkward and flushed under her gaze. I'm Jason, I said again, and immediately felt like an idiot. Brett, she said, and leaned back in the chair. Nice to have someone to talk to in this joint. What about Tom? I asked, sitting in the seat he'd vacated. She shook her head. He's a tool. So, are you second shift or third? I thought I was working alone. She shrugged. Wherever they need me. I guess they called her in to keep an eye on the new guy. She didn't want to say she was supposed to babysit me. It was funny, because she seemed standoffish at first, but she was a talker, and I loved to listen to her. By 4 a.m., it felt like I had known her forever. Just one of those instant clicks. Maybe even more so by the types of conversation people tend to have at those hours. We talked everything from childhood to politics. I think I was already falling a little in love with her. She saw me stretch and said, "You want to go outside? We can do a walk around." A cool breeze blew, but she didn't seem to notice. Couldn't stop sneaking glances at her as we walked. Faded jeans, scuffed boots, black t-shirt, and a camo jacket. I probably had close to the same outfit in my closet, but on her, even the ordinary seemed beautiful. We walked the length of the first row and started down the second when she stopped and touched a bright yellow dandelion, sprouting up through a crack in the sidewalk with the toe of her boot. Those are my favorite flowers. I laughed. Those are weeds. He smiled. She smiled. Those aren't weeds. They're wishes. Haven't you ever blown one and made a wish? And even when they're yellow, that's my favorite color. They're such happy, hopeful little things. That made me smile too. I'd never thought of them in that way. So many girls I knew seemed hung up on materialistic things, and Brett could find beauty in even this small flower. I was captivated. When we made it to the fourth row, she stopped. Her face pinched into a grim expression as she said, "I don't walk down this row." Why? I asked, taken aback by the look in her eye. Number 27. It gives me the creeps. It was the third bay door. It looked exactly like the first two. I didn't understand, but I wanted her to smile again. Then we skipped this row. We finished walking the last row. A drink machine stood at the end of it, and I asked her if she wanted one. She shook her head as I fed quarters into the slot. A payphone I hadn't noticed rang shrilly, making me jump. I laughed at myself and glanced at her. Brett's expression wiped away my smile. She looked terrified. "Don't answer it!" she shouted. "Don't answer it!" I gaped at her, not understanding. I won't. What's wrong?" She didn't answer. She started walking briskly back toward the office. I chased after her, my change and soft drink forgotten. "That phone rings every morning at 4:17, she said, as I open the door for her. When you answer it, sounds like dead air. Or there's some sort of hissing noise. Gives me the creeps. Probably some automated thing. Wrong number or something. But it's set on an auto program. She looked at me and said, "Do you believe in ghosts, Jason? You think a ghost is calling?" "Don't make fun of me," she snapped. "I'm sorry." I held up my hands in a gesture of surrender. Do I believe in ghosts? Well, I have never seen one. She made a scoffing noise and I said, "But I don't rule them out. My grandmother believed in ghosts. She said she had the sight and swore that some people in our family could see them. Some had the gift of precognition, too. She was a very smart, reasonable lady." Mollified, Brett sat at the desk. "So, do you think everyone becomes a ghost when they die? Or do some move on to someplace else? Why would people be stuck here?" I shrugged. Unfinished business? Violent death? I don't know. What do you think? She took a moment before responding. Maybe the unfinished business. Maybe there just is nothing else. The easy vibe of our earlier conversation disappeared. She seemed anxious, stressed. No matter what I tried to talk about, she seemed distracted. When Abe, the old guy on first shift, appeared to relieve us, she walked out the door without saying goodbye. I bid a hasty good morning to him and ran to catch up. I almost lost her, but I spied her head as she got on the train. It had been a long time since I had a MARTA pass, so I had to dig for the $2.50 fare. She frowned when I sat next to her in the back. I realized I probably looked like a creepy stalker guy. Too late now. But I didn't want her to be upset with me. I really liked this girl. "What are you doing?" she asked. I wanted to run, but the train lurched forward. "I feel like I upset you, and I'm sorry." She looked at an elderly lady in the next row, who was staring at us. Brett shook her head, like it was okay. The lady got up and moved toward the front. "It's not you," Brett said, "but I don't want to talk about it." "Let's talk about dandelions, then," I said. "They're my new favorite flower. Like you. Pretty and magical." As corny as that was, she laughed, and our conversation slipped back into the same easiness it had before that payphone rang last night. At least, until the next stop. A lumbering bald man with beady, dark eyes got on and took a seat a couple of rows in front of us. I saw Brett stiffen, though he didn't pay much attention to us at all. His gaze fixed on a pretty Latina who sat in the middle, playing on her smartphone. The rest of the ride, Brett never took her eyes off the man. He wasn't pleasant to look at, but I didn't understand her terror. "This is my stop," she said and stood. The dark-haired girl also stood. "Brett," I said, where are we?" "I need to get back to my motorcycle." She laughed, the tension evaporating from her face. "You crazy boy. It will circle back around in about 6 more stops. I'll see you tonight." She waved and walked forward, giving the man a wide berth. For a moment, He looked like he was about to get behind them, and I was prepared to do so as well, so she'd feel safe. But he just stayed and sat there. Brett was already there when I arrived that night. She laughed when she saw the small bouquet of dandelions in my hand. Tom's eyebrows shot up. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He left in record time. "I don't think that guy likes me," I said. She waved her hand dismissively as I put the dandelions in water. "He doesn't like anyone. And thank you for the flowers. They're lovely." "So are you," I thought, but I didn't have the courage to say it yet. I wasn't about to bring up the guy on the train. I hated that tense, scared look she'd worn this morning. But to my surprise, she did. "That man is evil," she said. "Please don't ask me to explain how I know. I'm afraid he means to hurt that girl, and don't know how to stop him." My stomach dropped. "Brett, did he hurt you? We need to call the cops." She hesitated long enough to make me think he had. But she said, "No, I don't know. Can't remember things, and I'm scared to remember things. The phone makes me think of something, but I push it back. Anyway, it's not about me now. It's about that girl." She took a deep breath. "Let's talk about it later. I don't want to think about it right now." "I looked up dandelions between classes today," I said. "People in the 1800s used to blow on them after they went to seed. If all the seeds blew away, the object of your affection shared your feelings." I shook my head and gave her a pointed look. "You may not know it yet, but I think you're in love with me." She laughed, long and hard, and I grinned, pleased to see her happy again. Then her face got sad. "I wish I'd met you before, Jason." "What's wrong with now?" I asked, with uncharacteristic bravery. "You're not married, are you?" She shook her head. "No, but I'm not what you think I am. There are a lot of bad things, Jason. I don't want to explain, because I really like you. You're a beautiful girl with a weird taste in flowers. Think all the money I'd saved on Valentine's Day, or think of all the money I'd saved on Valentine's Day if you were my girlfriend." She laughed again. "Just keep talking to me. I hardly talk to anyone anymore, and you're so funny. Tell me about the motorcycle. I'm glad you made it back to it." I actually didn't come back to this morning. I admitted with a laugh. I got off the train and took an Uber to my place, then hitched a ride to school. Took the train back to work tonight. I was kinda hoping I'd see you. I had seen the creepy guy, but I didn't tell her that. Come outside, and I'll show it to you." She walked around it, trailing her fingers on the gleaming blue paint. "It's pretty," she said, "but I don't like these things. They'll get you killed." I was hoping I could take you on a ride on it sometime. She gave me a glance that looked like a definite no, but said, "We'll see." Everything was fine until the phone began to ring at 4:17 a.m. I watched her face get that same terrified look and wondered what in the world had happened to her. And if it connected somehow to that creepy guy. Around time for the day shift guy to come in, she mentioned the guy on the train again. I don't know why, but I have the feeling he's going to do something to her soon. I hate to ask, because I know you need sleep and go to class, but would you ride the train with me again? Of course, I said. Abe appeared at 6 on the dot. Good morning, sunshine, he said, dropping his backpack onto the chair. Good morning, Abe, Brett said. To me, she said, I love that old guy. I chatted with him for a moment. Brett moved to the door, and I said goodbye to Abe, intent on following her. When he called out, Hey! His old face was pale when I glanced back. He pointed a shaky finger at the styrofoam cup filled with dandelions. Where did these come from? The look on his face spooked me. I wasn't sure what was happening. I picked them for Brett. The old man's face went slack with shock. You know Brett? You've seen her. What? I whirled to look at her. She held out her hands in supplication. Tears streamed down her face. For the first time, I noticed she had on the same outfit as she had yesterday. I'm sorry, Jason. I didn't know what to say. Jason, Abe asked louder. I said, have you seen Brett? I couldn't tear my gaze from her. Apparently, your grandma wasn't the only one who had the gift, she said, and walked through the door. When I say walked through the door, I mean right through it. A freaking solid metal closed door. Couldn't move. Couldn't speak. Finally, I half fell onto one of the chairs. I heard Abe talking, but it was like he was speaking through a tunnel. Seemed like forever before I could focus on him. There was nothing I could say that wouldn't sound insane, so I didn't bother to sugarcoat. I said, You didn't see her just now? When you came in here? He shook his head, his roomy eyes huge. I told him about how I was working with her, about some of the things she said, even about the weird ringing phone. When I finished, he just stared at me. To be honest, I don't know whether to believe you right now, or to call the cops, he said. I nodded. It was a fair statement. I don't know what I'd think in his shoes. She said you used to be a cop before your wife got sick. I looked up at him. She said you're the reason she loves dandelions. You told her about how your wife loved them, how you decorated her hospital room with them before she died. Brett said it was the most romantic thing she'd ever heard. Abe sat heavily in the chair. I did tell her that. Can I ask you to describe her for me? I did. Down to her scuffed boots, and he nodded. Then he reached into a desk drawer and pulled out a picture of her. It was Brett, all right, but on a missing poster. The clothing described as the last outfit she was seen wearing was what I'd seen her in. She went missing from her shift here 6 months ago. I showed up, and this place was wide open. There's a great deal of blood out by that payphone. Police never had any leads. I gestured at the row of monitors. One showed the drink machine and phone. What about the cameras? Installed after the fact. Because of her. Too little, too damn late. He leaned forward, giving me a hard stare. I loved that little girl. She was like a daughter to me. I brought her dandelions myself. I've never believed in ghosts, but I saw your face this morning. I believe that you saw her. Or you're some kind of nut and think you saw her. But I don't know how you know some of the things you know, if that were the case. Brett and I worked together some. Before we lost personal, she got bumped to nights. I think she would have mentioned you. And I only told her the dandelion story right before she went missing. It could be the nut who took her, but I don't think so. I can't imagine why she'd share something like that with a person who would hurt her. If you see her again, ask her how much a mail order bride costs. What? I felt like I'd fallen back down the rabbit hole again. Nothing made sense. I wondered if I were dreaming. Just do it, Abe said. Now go home. You look like shit. Only when I stumbled to the parking lot did I remember my promise to ride the train with her. I thought about Brett and the Latina girl. In fact, I skipped class and lay in my bed and thought about them all day. When I got to work that night, Tom was the only one there. Even though I still felt punch-drunk and scared, I'd hoped Brett would be sitting there. Abe apparently hadn't told Tom about any of it, because he treated me with the same dismissiveness as always. It was weird to look back and realize he and Brett had never really spoken or interacted at all. I hadn't had a clue. By 4 a.m., I was getting a little stir-crazy, so I jumped up to walk around the storage buildings. I turned the corner of the last one and walked straight into Brett. Or rather, through her. I screamed like a little girl. She giggled a little and clamped her hand over her mouth. I'm sorry, Jason. Are you real? I demanded. Am I crazy? I think I'm real, she said. At least, I was. I know it sounds like I'm lying, but I don't remember much. She nodded at the payphone. I remember this phone and it ringing. I think he used that to catch me off guard. I answered it, and he hit me with something. I think... She pinched the bridge of her nose. I think he's about to kill that girl on the train. Maybe I'm supposed to help her. Abruptly, she swung her fist at my arm, and it passed right through. I yelped. Stop doing that! Despite everything, she laughed. I was just checking. I don't know how I'm supposed to stop him when he can't see me and I can't touch him. She winked. On the bright side, I bet you look crazy as hell on the security cameras right now. I scowled at her. Then something occurred to me. I glanced at my phone. 4:20 a.m. Hey, the phone didn't ring. She shot at a scared look. What does that mean? Are we on the right track? Or are we running out of time? I had no answer. The next morning when Abe came in, he gave me a wary look and said, "Is she here now?" I nodded, pointed at the chair she was sitting on. "Brett, how much does a mail-order bride cost?" She laughed. "Tell him I said ask Ernie." I told him, and his dark eyes teared up. "Brett, what happened to you?" he asked. "She doesn't remember, but we are trying to figure it out," I said. "Tell him Maggie still visits him. I've seen her around him. She's got a little girl she calls Bumblebee with her." I told him, and he burst into tears. When he could finally speak, his voice was a gasp. "There's not a soul alive who knows that. Bumblebee was our daughter. She died back in 1974. I've never talked about her since." "Jason, the train," she said, and I told Abe we had to go. "Godspeed, son," he said. When we got on the train, the girl was already there. The bald man got on the same stop he had previously. His attention was once again fixed on her. But hers was once again fixed on her phone. I had no weapon, and this guy was twice my size. When I thought about him hurting Brett, or this stranger, I think I could have taken him down with pure adrenaline. We were about to find out anyway, because this time, when she stood, he stood too. It was still early, not a lot of folks out yet. We followed him, following her, trying to stay ducked out of sight. She paused outside a storefront and fumbled in her purse for her keys. That was the distraction he was waiting on. He charged her like a bull. It was terrifying, how quickly he seized her and dragged her into an alley. I ran blindly into the alley behind them. He had her pinned against the wall, his meaty hand around her throat. "Hey!" I screamed. "Hey, let her go!" She still had her keys in her hand. While he gaped at me, she swung at his head with a vicious arc. She missed his eye, but the key dug into his cheek. The girl gave it a savage yank, opening up his face. With a bellow of pure rage, he dropped her and grabbed his ruined cheek. Blood spurted between his fingers and he ran straight at me. I made a desperate lunge for his legs, but he barreled past me straight into the pathway of a Mecco's milk truck. I'd heard the sound of that impact in my head for the rest of my life. A thudding, cracking, squelching sound. But I was glad. He'd never hurt another girl again. Bro was gone. I missed her terribly, and hoped every day she'd reappear. I realized that was selfish, and then I just hoped she was at peace. There was no grave to visit, so sometimes I'd gather little bouquets of dandelions and place them at the office or at my apartment. Such happy, hopeful little things. Four months after the incident with Edward Culpepper, that was his name, I'd followed the story avidly in the papers. I was getting a little overtime, helping Abe go through the stack of delinquent customers. Look, they're like... Looks like we'll be cleaning out units 27 and 38, he said. Non-payment of rental fees. He tossed the copies of their agreements on the desk in front of me, and I froze. Edward Culpepper's face stared up at me from the photocopy of his driver's license. Renter of Unit 27. Abe noticed my face and said, Jason, are you okay? That's him, I said. That's the guy who killed Brett. I don't know why I didn't think of it before then. Her strange fear of that unit, now it made sense. I told Abe, and that old man moved faster than I did as we grabbed the combination for that lock. It took us a while, because the unit was completely filled with old furniture and boxes of junk. But toward the back, we found a metal barrel. On the ground beside it lay Brett's army jacket. Abe grabbed my arm. We are not opening that. We are calling the cops right now, do you understand me? I let him pull me outside, because I didn't want to see her like that either. Brett's body was finally laid to rest. With her mother's permission, and notice to the caretaker so he wouldn't try to kill them. Abe and I did some gardening work on her grave that next spring. Yellow dandelions covered it, looking as beautiful and sunny as the girl they memorialized. I think she would be pleased. 5 or 6 years passed. I graduated from college, got a real job, fell in and out of love a couple of times. But I never really stopped thinking of her. Every time I saw a white dandelion, I picked it and made a wish. When I was in the area, I visited her grave and made sure she still had her cheery little offerings. One day, I was riding my motorcycle up near Nashville, enjoying a sunny summer day. I guess the driver of the Camaro didn't see me when he swerved around a semi to change lanes. I flew through the air and fell back down, hitting the ground with a bone-jarring thud. I lay there, conscious of sounds and light, but I couldn't move at all. I couldn't feel anything either, except for the heat of the sun on my face. I was disoriented, but I guessed I was in the median, lying on grass for sure, because there was a round, white dandelion inches from my nose. Blackness seeped at the edges of my peripheral vision. I couldn't blow on it, but I made a wish anyway, then passed out. When I came to, I still couldn't move, but I felt a little more. Specifically, I felt someone nudging my side. And I looked up to see Brett prodding me with the toe of her boot. Gonna lie there all day? She asked, extended her hand. Surprisingly, my hand rose to grab hers and didn't pass through. She felt solid, real. I wondered if I was in the hospital and this was some anesthesia-induced delirium. But the sun felt real enough. I even smelled burned rubber. I let her help me up, and I stood there for a moment, swaying. I saw my bike some yards away, crushed. I said. Maybe I shouldn't move too much before the paramedics get here. She winced. Yeah, about that. She pointed to the ground beside me. It was surreal to see my broken body lying there, staring sightlessly up at the sky. Oh, I said. Ouch. She shook her head. I told you those things would kill you. So, now what? I asked. Is there a bright light we walk towards, or what? You're so calm. I like that about you. She shrugged. If there's something we're supposed to be walking toward, I haven't found it yet. Maybe it's just me and you. Maybe it's my wish, I said, and she raised an eyebrow. I made a wish right before I passed out. Died, whatever. She scrunched up her nose. Oh yeah? Is that why I'm here? What was the wish? Just one I've wished 1,000 times now. You're really bad about responding to your ghost messages. I took her hands and made her face me. Sorry. Still getting the hang of this business. She waved her hand dismissively. Such a rookie. But tell me, what was your wish? What I always wish. That I could see you again someday. And do this. I said, and kissed her. I'm not sure how long we stood like that. Kissing and holding each other while sirens screamed and traffic whizzed by on the other side of the median. Eventually, we started walking. I didn't know where we were going. Didn't care. And I knew, all I knew, was that I was with her. So, I said, who's Ernie? And what's this about a mail-order bride? Before she could tell me, a terrible cramp seized my body, and I felt myself being tugged backwards. Brett frowned, her green eyes suddenly sad. It's not your time, she said. Stop fighting it. I didn't want to let go. I wanted to stay with her. But the tugging became a vacuum until I had no choice. I went hurling backwards. I blinked and saw an ambulance worker standing over me. There you are, he said as he popped up the stretcher I was somehow on. He loaded me onto the helicopter. I saw Brett standing over his shoulder. She held a dandelion in her hand. It's okay, Jason, she said. Some things are worth waiting for. Then she blew on the dandelion, making a wish. Aww. Dude. Stephanie. Stephanie, this is a horror night. Stephanie. This is a spooky night. This isn't a ghost love story night. Come on, Stephanie. What the heck, dude?
true. Oddly enough, this story could be the poster child of tonight. Of Saturday nights on this channel. Even though it's not meant to be simp with an I. It's not. It's not. It's always ghost love story, right? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen something like that, or read something like that. Unless I don't know, I might have seen something like that before. Not entirely sure. Stephanie? Stephanie is the writer of that story. Stephanie Schism, I think. Yeah, I got that right. Let me find like a good panel here to chill on. There we go. That's a good one. Oh. I'm glad, Comet. Honestly, like if I'm being real with myself, I adored that story. I absolutely adored it. Man. I don't know. Something about sappy love and romance. Especially in that context. I haven't really seen that context before. It's cool. Imagine, get this, picture this. Imagine simping over a ghost. Ghost girl. It was a sad one, right? Shoot. And the reveal was real good, dude. Honest to goodness, like, did any of you guys see that coming? Because I did not. I thought this was gonna be like a survival, like classic horror thing where like the two kids are on the night shift and some killer comes out of the blue and is trying to kill them and they fight him off somehow. But there's also ghosts or something. But dang, especially the hinting at the storage unit 27 and the ringing of the phone. Just solid stuff, dude. I'd simp for a ghost. I would fourth that. Why would I simp for a ghost? Dude, I mean, especially if I had that, like, out-of-body experience where I die for a moment and realize, shoot, this is actually, like, a thing. I can be with this girl after I am dead. Of course I would, dude. I'd live the rest of my life knowing that, I don't know, the love of my life was waiting for me on the other side. That'd be wicked. Yeah, man. Weird looks from Tom. Yeah, I didn't think anything of that, dude. I was like, Tom's just a weirdo. Or no, actually, I thought just Tom was looking at, like, him and Brett. As in, like, he was giving him looks as though, like, you know how you give, like, the look to, like, two people who are lovey-dovey on each other but don't know it yet? And you just go, like, I see what's going on here. I thought that's what it meant by weird looks. I've had a whole argument about having sex with a ghost. Oh no. Do tell. Do tell. What?
We could solve crimes and she wouldn't even need to take sips from my Baja Blast. It's the perfect scenario. Oh my god, dude. I didn't even think about it that way. Are you sure? You could, I thought ghosts can't be sipping, right? Can't be sipping on a sody? On a sody pop? They're not allowed. What if you found like an ethereal sody pop? The ethereal sody pop. That'd be pretty wild. Also, I wanted to show you guys. I have picked up. Let's see, is there anything in here I don't want to show? I don't think so. I picked up a number of. Oh, sorry. I picked up a number of horror games. I don't know about Limbo and Nihilumbra. But I know that these ones are all fairly short horror games. They were in a bundle. They're kind of like exploration ones that are basically you getting to like walk through a story while solving like very simple puzzles. And Distraint looked interesting. Not entirely sure what it's all about, but it looks like a 2D puzzle game of some kind, horror basis. And Limbo does seem tight. I've meant to play it for a long time. Ooh, it actually does look pretty fitting. Dang. Oh my god. There's even like imagery of a kid hanging. Ooh. And I've never played it before, so. And I'm not hugely big on like actual horror games, if that makes sense, or like, you know, ones that are meant to like scare the bejesus out of you. I like horror games that are atmospheric or more unsettling, right? If that makes sense. I'm gonna like Limbo. Nice. Shoot. So I imagine these would be fitting to play on stream here. But I don't know how much interest there might be in that. Would you guys want to see a horror game played on this night? And we do half horror game and half horror stories? Or would you prefer we keep it to our regular scheduled program? Wait a second, I can just do a diggity dang poll. Dedoy. New poll. Or gum? Or part-time? Oh yes. No way, you bozo. Alright. What? What do you mean this does not meet guidelines? What? What do you mean? Horror gum time? Oh, I need to not misspell things? Dude, what? Tell me what's wrong. You must provide a question. Oh, okay. Horror game time? Oh, yes. No way, bozo. Alright, cool. There you go, dudes. Yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah, did you finally play that one? My only problem is that I know, because that would be like the perfect game, or a perfect game to play on this, because it has some good I don't know, it has dialogue and junk, but I know everything about it already. Corpse Party is a good one. Long though. Corpse Party. So it's half oh yes and half Very nice. I expected as much. I'm not sure whether to take as a yes or a no. There's a few corpse parties. There are multiple corpse parties. These ones. Oh gosh, dude. I've seen like very minimal gameplay of this a long time ago. They seem like if I'm gonna go for shoot, dude, though. Yeah, if I were to go for any horror game, this would be the kind that I'd be down to play. It's an anime? Is it super spooky? Is it too spooky for me? I feel like it might be. Just so you know, this is what I'm talking about here. Corpse Party. Oh, dude. That picture. This one's neat. This dude's face. What? It would. Thank you for that suggestion, though. I think I'm gonna plop that on my wish list so that I don't forget about it. Since I already have like some horror games to play already bought, I would save those until we like complete another one. I think we'll start with Limbo. I think that would be cool. I'm down to start with some Limbo. Sammy, please. Sammy. Sammy. Not Limbo. Limbo. Nice, we have a resounding oyes. Oyes. Oh no. Oh no. I think you're right. I do need to make that way more expensive. But regardless, for tonight, you get it at super discount. Oh wait, hang on. What am I doing? I need to go to this one so it is clearer for all to see. Thank you for redeeming Book on Face. This has been Book on Face. I am awake bug. I am awake bug. I agree, dude. I'm sorry, dude. I know what you meant. Da-da-da. 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 Alright, I'm done. Triangle head, Mitch. Oh no. Oh no. I forget, Triangle Head is from Silent Hill? The Silent Hill franchise? Don't crucify me if I'm wrong. Yeah, if I'm wrong, let me know where it actually is from. That fuzz is a lot more noticeable with the filters. What fuzz? The fuzz? Didn't tell me the police were here? Oh god. Oh no. I gotta go, guys. Oh. This. The stubble. The stubble. Yeah, I left my stubble because I felt it was like it would give a sort of rugged look to me, you know. It'd be cool if I could like grow a full mustache, curly mustache, every single time. Like just have it for just one day of the week, so that I could truly be, what was it? Morose Mitch? What was it? Forget the one that Coleman recommended. Or Murderous Mitch. Silent Hill. Right on. Did I say? I said Silent Hill, right? I think I did. Not entirely sure. Scary Mitch. I'll never stop pushing the Scary Mitch narrative. Good, dude. I like the idea of it. It's a cool thing. Ingenious. The Scarative. Well, guys, this has been one of the longest streams that I've done so far. And it was cool to have like a solid amount of people. Yeah, Macabre, that was the one. It was really cool to have so many peeps join me on this terrifying evening. I apologize, your normal host could not be here, but it happens, you know? Well, what else do I say? Right? I'll go get him out of the cave now. I mean, go... No, who am I kidding? I'll go get him out of the cave now. And he'll be shoving off to space tomorrow. Yeah, guys, in all honesty, this was super fun. Code, if you're still hanging around, thank you so much for the raid. It It means a lot, and again, I think I said it at, when the raid first happened, it doubled my viewers, which is really, really rad. So, thank you so much. Out of all the things we read tonight, Dandelions was the sweetest, of course. Buraska, I think, was my favorite. But the Call of Cthulhu comic, so good. I think it tops anything else we did tonight, for me at least. That artwork, so compelling, dude. And the composition of them panels. Whew. Oh. I'm super hyped to continue Buraska next week, and maybe start the stream off with like 30 minutes to an hour of playing Limbo. Not that kind. And yeah. Dude, the panels, honestly, dude. So good. So good. Heck yeah. So, thanks everybody for hanging out, and I'm looking forward to, yeah, some more Ray Bradbury with the, the Illustrated Man, and whatever else I have in store. I'll see you in space, guys. And yeah, as always, try to take the oh god, sorry, I hope that wasn't too terribly loud. As always, guys, thanks for sticking around, and try to take the malice that we concocted tonight, hold it deep in your heart, and let it fester tomorrow. This has been Scary Mitch, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Sleep tight. Till next time, wildflowers. Keep on swaying.